Here we go. I can't wait. I hope we find stuff. Okay, we should, right off the bat, I feel like we should do our first prediction of the day. We should make, will I add to the ship's log or not? I think that's a good starting one. I'm not going to tell you where we're going right off the bat. We'll just make it that. Maggie's grabbing tea, so I'm going to make it really quick. Ta, welcome in. How's it going? Just finished work and I'm ready for Outer Wilds. Everybody's so hyped today. I'm so happy. Come on in. Grab a seat. We're getting started. Will Jen add to the ship log on this loop? Yes, no. We'll do 2 minutes. We've got some time. So get your predictions in. First one of the day. Just signed a job. Offer about an hour ago. Nice, Ta. That's awesome. Congrats. CG, welcome in. It's good to see you. Okay, resume. We'll have Mallow time. We'll check the ship's log. We'll review everything we've done, and then we will make a plan after the prediction's finished. That's super hype, Ta. Congrats, that's awesome. All right. Mallow time. First of the day. Feeling spicy today, Magus? Ooh, apparently I wanted a spicy mallow too. We have to eat another one if we burn it. It's the rules. Slate, how's it going? I'm back with green tea and some chocolate covered potato chips? Really? I've heard of them. I've never had them. Are they good? Okay. So for anybody that's looking to see what we've done, this is what our rumor view looks like. Last time on Outer Wilds. Okay, also, just a reminder, do not answer any of my questions. Do not give any tips, any hints whatsoever. I'm going to tell you what we did last time. We made it to the high energy lab. It was so cool. And we learned, yeah, previously on Outer Wilds, we learned about the 22-minute experiment that they were trying to get enough energy to power. And we saw the small experiment with the what is it called? The Scout, with the core, the white hole core, the black hole core, and we threw our Scout in and we could see it come out before it went into the hole. Super cool. I'm gonna read, now that the prediction's over, I'm still gonna read a couple things to review what it says about how much energy is required for that, because they said it needs to fit on Ash Twin, but I feel like maybe something about, I don't remember what we learned about why they made the sun station, right? Something about the sun, is that some of the energy required? I don't know. I want to review more about the sun station. I really want to try to find out sun station stuff today. I feel like that's so important, and we have not been able to crack that code yet. Writing a paper on how the eyes see color while chatting here. Oh, nice, Meggie. Bren, hello, welcome in. Have you copied and pasted chat log from Echo Stream into your paper yet? Yeah, seriously. Okay, so, I want to read about, let's read what we learned at the high energy lab first and see if that gives me a plan.
Yes.
Hexproof, thank you for the follow. Thanks for supporting a fellow human. Also, thank you for the hosts before we booted up today. I really appreciate it, and that starting screen. Bone and hi, welcome in. We haven't done anything yet today. We did go to high energy lab at the end of Friday's stream, during Friday's stream. The Nomai successfully reproduced the temporal anomaly. We saw that. The Nomai discovered they could increase the negative time interval by adding energy. The Nomai wanted to know if a 22-minute negative time interval was possible. They concluded it would require new technology to produce the necessary energy, as well as an advanced warp core to handle the energies. Ash Twin was proposed as a location for the project. And then we've got the towers, which we need to figure that out. But then we've got Sun Station. What does this say? To power the Ash Twin project. Yes. That, but, because they need energy from the sun, but the sun's exploding. Several large Nomai towers form a ring around Ash Twin's equator. The White Hole Station was used as a model. And there's one that looks like the sun, right? So that we can go to Sun Station, right? Don't answer that, but why have we not been able to go there yet? Okay, there's also, on Ember Twin, where is it? Here, let me go to map mode because I'm not going to be able to find it. We got a clue to go to some cave. And also there's a Quantum Cave. Quantum Cave I'm not sure is what we're looking for, but Lake Bed Cave maybe is something we want to investigate for a clue of how to get to. Sun Station, I know they're possibly not connected, but I feel like there might be a missing piece somewhere of someone or a journal, something we were supposed to pick up that helps us get to Sun Station. Because I feel like if we make that our first trip of the day today, which I'm probably going to do, we're just going to do the same thing that always happens when we go to Ash Twin, and it's going to run out of sand. And then, you know, we're going to be there and there's no sand. But we're going to look really, really carefully at maybe the sun tower just right off the bat today. The chocolate-covered potato chips are how you'd think they would taste, salty and sweet. All right, fair. Okay, friends. So that's I think my pep talk, my train of thought for the day. We still really need to get some clues about the forge, black hole forge. I'm stuck on that. I don't know what to do there. Right? We tried jetpacking onto the forge itself and it didn't work. There's got to be some place we can jetpack up there and get onto the floor / ceiling, or I don't know. But these are the things that were bothering me the most after we played on Friday, that I was dreaming about, that I was thinking about a lot. Oh, and then we still need to go back to the Interloper too. Yeah. Okay, friends, let's do this. Let's get comfy. I'm still like leaning forward a bunch because I'm too excited. 3, 2, 1, blast off. We're in such a ritual habit now with these launches, with these loops. I don't know how many loops we've done. Do we have any, has anybody been counting? Do we have any guesses on the loops? I'm very curious. Can see Interloper in the distance. Can see White Hole Station in the distance. And we're not gonna be... Well, we're gonna park on the sand. I think we're just gonna park and let the sand drain, and we'll spend as much time as we possibly can looking around the desert. And also, we know that we can go back to the ship for oxygen, and there's one tower that has like plants in it too. Okay, so there's, what's that first one? I forget the exact like pattern of everything, but let's just park here. It's as good a place as any. Hopefully. Not my best plan, not my most concrete plan, but I just need to get over here and look around some more. Okay, so... there's a warp thing. Here's our tower. I think this is the... Oh, no, this is the energy thing. This isn't one of the towers. Okay, fair. The towers are all along the path of this thing. Oh, don't get too close. So, yeah, this is a solid plan. We can't see anything yet. I don't know. But I'm just gonna follow this around for a bit until it starts to uncover a tower. It's interesting that they said the only place with enough space is enough room inside of it is Ash Twin, because Ash Twin seems kind of small when we end up walking around on it like this. Oh, thank you, Magus. We had a pretty successful landing. There's the escape pod right there, up on Ember Twin. We're here early because I want more time. Had some rough landings, yeah. Yeah, it's takes some getting used to. Do you do what I do, Magus, and spam the heck out of velocity matching? It's like my tried and true strategy. We're not seeing anything. This was a mistake to come here so early, but like the second we see it, we can start messing with it. Cinnamon Sugar Planet, exactly, Dex Vision. Hi, welcome in. We're doing nothing worthwhile right now except for running out of air. Should probably have stayed in the ship, to be honest. Aha! But look. The second it was revealed. Can we get on top of it? Can we jump that high? We've been on top of it before, right? Yeah. I gotta be careful in this view. Okay, I don't know. There's writing in here. Have we read this? Time has passed since I checked in with you. How are you and Idea progressing with Sun Station plans? What's the thing connecting the two? It's just sand. It's just a flow of sand from one planet to the other. I think. You wing it? Nice. I like it. Presently, my assessment is that our plan will either fail explosively or succeed explosively. Pi, you know I don't find that funny. Hypothesis: time spent away from the station would be beneficial to you both. I'm immensely interested in testing your hypothesis. Then at least we can agree on. Thanks, I'm aghast. I don't recall requesting you monitor this conversation. Yeah, I remember this one. With all the jokes. This is blocked, kinda, sorta, kinda. So maybe there's like a hole in the wall somewhere? Look at all the cactus plants covering everything. I don't think we've really explored this tower that much, to be honest. We definitely are gonna run out of air if I'm not smart here. We could bring the ship closer to this tower. How do we feel about that? Okay, it has another entrance from the other side, it looks like. Ship's over here. Let's go hang out with the ship for a second. Cactus. Planets are called Hourglass twins, yeah. for good reason. Okay, let's wait until this passes and then we can do a quick little scoot over to that tower. Cactoast. Can we take a moment to ask why cactus plants count as plants but don't give you O2? I know! I wish they did. It's not fair. 3, 2, 1, go. This reminds me of flying on... what's it called? Giant's Deep. We do a lot of flying around in our ship on Giant's Deep. Just scooting around, throwing probes into cyclones. Okay, so I think that's the entrance we used right there. But we want to try to get to the top here. Can we do that with our jetpack? Or do I have to walk across this whole bridge again? Because we've walked on this bridge before and it's kind of a pain. Are there any other entrances into this tower? Any secret entrances? Yes. It's so dark now. Whew. No pressure, Jen. No pressure. Oh. Careful of the sand. I think we can get to it. Dang, the gravity here is so weird. From here, right? What is this? Wait, hello? Huh? I backed right into the thing. Have we seen that before? This one is the Ash Twin one, right? Yeah. Where's the sand right now? Oh, where is it? Where is it? Dude, I'm so sorry. Are you holding... Was that a scroll? What were you holding? Was it a core? Are we gonna get sucked up by the sand? Run, 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 run. We still haven't found the tower with the tree inside. I forget which one it is. I know it exists. Oh, this is the wrong way. This is the Timber Hearth Tower. I'm guessing Timber Hearth Tower probably has plants inside, right? Poor Nomai, yeah. What the heck? Okay, nice. Good, solid piloting. I'll come back to this one. I'm confused about that one. Yeah, bonk. Big bonk. Oh, this one's locked. I had forgotten that. What a pain in the butt! Okay, maybe there's stuff at the bottom. Whew. Big scary tower. Look at that jetpacking. We've improved so much. We're lucky Hearthians have indestructible heads. Yeah. So now that I have, I'm really glad we found that map of the towers, right? Because we have like a frame of reference for exploring this planet. I think before I was like, yeah, there's a bunch of towers in a row. I know there's a bunch of towers in a row, but now I can check them off like, okay, did I look at Sun? Did I look at Twins? Did I look at Giant's Deep? Instead of just going, did I look at a tall tower? Did I look at a tall tower? Like, I couldn't tell the difference between them before. I wasn't very thorough, but having that map really helps. This is Brittle Hollow? No, maybe. Hello? Okay, bonked our head. It's fine. It's fine. Yo! This sucks. Have they always been here and I just had no clue? I'm so sorry. There's no, ghost matter here, which is kind of... I would expect there to maybe be ghost matter. Okay, this one has the thing on the wall. So let's maybe go investigate. Is there a way to see if the warp is working? We've looked so many times at the floors of these. Should I wait until we get around to Brittle Hollow? I feel like that's a lot of time spent trying something we're not entirely sure about. It's weird. Here's our first delivery. 1 warp core fresh from Black Hole Forge. Root is installing this core's sibling on Brittle Hollow as I write this. My gratitude, Clary. With this, the Ash Twin project is underway. I confess I'm deeply curious about what you and Poke found on Whitehole Station that started this project. Could I visit sometime to learn more? I recommend you do. The Whitehole Station is the model for the towers being built for the Ash Twin project, so a visit to the station would be doubly useful. Come on. I suppose more precisely I would like to visit with you. I'd be happy to explain. What does this one say? Stop using the scroll to flirt. Yeah, we read this a while ago, but maybe I didn't know what it meant. I wish I could wait here for you to arrive, but the forge is calling. That's interesting. Doesn't that look like the quantum moon? Okay. Any scrolls lying around? No? No? No scrolls for Jen? Okay, well. And we passed the point where it's lined up, I think. Oh, weird. There's the moon. Okay. I'm just not getting what I want. And now I'm probably going the wrong way. I'm not great at remembering what order they all go in. Here's the, Timber Hearth one. Let's go see if there's trees inside. TT, welcome in. How's it going? Okay, this one we've been in before. This is the one with trees. Timber Hearth makes sense, I guess. But still no functional warps. And we don't know why. We've done this before. This just makes us hit our head. Jax, welcome in. Thanks for the hydrate. I appreciate it. Here, let me pause really quick. Oxygen? Yeah, exactly. Okay. I don't know how much we've experimented with, like, getting sucked up by the sand. But the thing with that is the sand fills up Ember hearth, right? It just kind of spreads out and like starts filling everything. I don't know that it's going into a specific place, but maybe it's just a side effect of the fact that it's pulling stuff up and warping stuff. I don't know. It's just yet another train of thought. Let's go to the next one. What's after this one? Ash Twin again. And then at the end of it, we should just hang out at the bottom of the sun tower, I feel like. Except the sun station's gonna get eaten up. It might already be eaten up. I never know exactly when that happens. There's no scroll here. What's that? What is that? Why is there a glowy thing there? There's a glass ceiling. It does work! There's a glass ceiling on this one. This one's intact. Are we there? Did we do it? Are we about to get eaten? Finally! We had to find the right one that was still functional. Oh my god. But where are we? Somewhere else on Ash or Ember? Which, we were on one of the twins ones. God. Okay. We were on the Ash Twin one? And they all have these little arches by them. Does that... I wonder if that adds to our thing? How do we know when they're working or not? And why did that one never work before? I just don't think we ever, like, stepped on it the right way. And this doesn't have, oh god, a glowy thing next to it. It doesn't have a glass ceiling. I don't know what components all of them need. Seconitas, welcome in. It works. It worked. That's never happened before. There's something about this. Okay, let's step on this again. What's that over there? What is that? Weird. Have we been to that warp spot before? It's, I didn't really spend too much time on it. I probably should have. But I just feel like we gotta keep it moving. I wanted to go to the sun one again, the sun tower. I can't remember which direction though, so I'm gonna have to wait. Calm down. Okay, focus. What else can we still learn? We don't have a ton of time left. Is there something up on top of this tower? There might be. I still don't know what that purple is that we're seeing. And it's interesting, I kind of expected, like, when something passed by, you would see a purple light and know, oh, the warp worked, but nothing happens if you're not standing on it, you know? Is there something up there? Yeah, I think we've been up here before and gotten sucked up by the sand. As it just puts you out at the top of the... Oh! Did we do this before? Oh, end music. Dang. What a bummer. Is there a spot for this? Or is it just on the other side? I guess we could put this here and read it really quick. We're pretty good at reading quickly. I don't know that we ever picked this one up before. Friends visiting Hang City. We were planning Ash Twin project at the High Energy Lab. I became lost on Ember Twin. But the higher energy lab is a building with the large solar panels. I'm surprised I didn't see it. I imagine otherwise immensely clever Kanoi would lose his own head if it weren't anatomically possible. I feel like we've read that one. Yeah, just one more minute. This is the first loop of the day. Is this the sun tower over here? Nope, that's Timber Hearth. RIP. And there's something about... Oh, God. Like, in the last minute, the sand reverses direction again, maybe? Oh, this is blocked from this side. Or it just stops. There's no more sand. Is there anything happening on the sun tower? We can see inside of it. And there's a little warp thingy. There's some readings. Interesting. First loop, we warped to Ember Twin, but still working on the details. Yeah, we got one of the towers to work, but... learning is occurring. I'm... satisfied but not satisfied. I wish I had been at the base of that tower and kept like circling it and circling it, but we got a little distracted. I don't think we added to the log. But we'll confirm that and then I'll do the prediction. Yeah, I don't think so. We did a thing that we've never done before, but I don't think we added to the log. Solid warp trip to the other twin, yeah. There is no warp on Ash. For a minute, I thought we were warping to a different spot on Ash, but that didn't really make sense. Magus just gets richer. Okay, so... maybe... let's go look at the ship's log before I say anything. I don't see any green. So maybe... I just want to go back and try to find a way in. Or get one of the other warps to work, maybe? But I think a lot of them are broken, and I don't know if it has something to do with the glass overhead or not. The glass in Whitehole Station... everything's intact at Whitehole Station. We could go look at that one and see what makes it special. Alright, so no ship's log. Let me do this prediction for you all here. Prediction. Choose outcome. Will Jen add to the ship log on this loop? I did not. Here you go, friends. What if there's a clue in here that we've had all along and I never knew what to do with it? Just a nice little chart. Okay. I think maybe we'll go to Ember Twin and take a break from Ash for a second and go look for that cave. Oh, except I kind of delayed my voyage. Oh well. 3, 2, 1, blast off. Since you did the prediction, can I vote? Wait, what? Oh. Can you participate? Oh, I think so. If I do them, I think you can participate. We're gonna not do one this loop. We'll do one on the next loop. Wooden, thank you so much for the sub. Thank you, thank you. Welcome to the human race. Enjoy your Earth badge, your emotes, your ad-free viewing. We're very glad to have you. Welcome in. If a mod participates, they can't close the prediction. Yeah. They don't have it, so you can't have it rigged. Thanks for the hype and the love. Oh, Sokol's here too. Hi, Sokol. There's a lot happening. Let's go to... Isn't Chert's camp on the North Pole? Oops. Yeah. So there's a cave we're supposed to explore. Have we ever been... Wait. Have we ever been, like, in the middle here? Is there anything in there but sand? I think it's just sand. How dangerous do you think it would be to explore the middle? Probably pretty dangerous, right? Okay, but there's some cave over here we're supposed to explore that isn't the quantum cave, right? God, this goes, like, way down. If I go down there, are we gonna be able to get out? I don't think there's a good place to park. Oh, well, rip. Ha! This wasn't my plan! Let's find an actual parking spot. Yeah, right here is good. And Chert's nearby with oxygen. But I don't know if we're gonna have time because I waited so long to come over here to find whatever it is that we're supposed to find. We've done like 0 exploring of this area when there's no sand. I don't know how to say what I'm trying to say, but have we been in here? What is this? This looks like the bridge we took to get to the high energy lab. Oops. Maybe don't go across while that's happening. Just a thought. My first sub on Twitch? Heck yes! Thank you, Wooden. Welcome to our little community here. I've loved having you here for the Outer Wilds playthrough. There's just been so much good energy and hype for this game. What is down there? We should go down there. I'm getting very far away from the North Pole. They said it was in the north. At least this cave isn't too scary. As I jinx it. What's up top? Another one of these. Hello. Cave shard. Goodbye. Coleus is missing. He vanished from the lakebed cave, the one at the bottom of the dry lakebed. Oh, okay, we do have to go like all the way down several days ago, and we're unable to find any trace of him. I don't know how much air he had when he disappeared. I beg any... Oops, come on. Any friend reading this, help us recover Coleus. So this should be the same thing. This rock is very familiar. Did you travel here, my sedimentary friend? Because your unique color and texture appears identical to a rock I met earlier. Wasn't this same rock fragment in the cave we found at the bottom of the dry lake bed? Yeah. We plan to re-examine the northern lake bed cave. Maybe our friendly rock will meet us down there. Meloria and I went back to the cave and observed this rock again. Sometimes it's there, sometimes it isn't. That means this rock wanders like the quantum moon. Okay, cool. Oh, ship log updated. God, these are so startling. All right, let's get out of here. A bunch of things appear messed up now. Oh, is Twitch messed up? Oh, with Frank Gervais' Z emote menu. Interesting. How many caves are here like this one? And I guess we should have We should have tried to go all the way down, but it's scary. Let's go get some oxygen. Wonder if they're hinting at the lake bed cave. I know, how many times can they say lake bed cave? Okay, is Chert still in a good mood? Yeah. Did I have anything new? No, this is all the same. Thanks, Chert. You're a true friend. The bottom? Are we just gonna go down there then? There's like pretty good steps to get down, like progression. I think it's already full though. So we'll have to try that again. I definitely didn't pay too close attention to that hint, clearly, because I was like, oh yeah, just go somewhere in the north, and they're literally like, go to the lake bed at the bottom, directly at the North Pole. What's there to be scared of? Death? I know. What could possibly happen? Oh yeah. Another loop. Anything else down here? Did it say... I'm gonna have to check the log to see if it told us how many different caves that thing appears in. Are you a quantum rock? No. Okay. Now that some sand has disappeared, maybe we can come here first, right? And then we can pop over to Ash Twin when this place starts filling up. Uh-huh. Let's go get some oxygen and then... Oh, did our ship go on a journey? No, our ship is still intact. Oh, I don't need oxygen if I'm going back to the ship. Okay. So we got something added to the ship's log, but we didn't exactly get what we were looking for, but that's okay. I'm just gonna blast off like this. Ready, go. And I guess just park as close as we can park to Sun Station, or Sun Tower, without getting sucked up by the sand. We're gonna do this again, I guess. I'm assuming a lot of people make multiple trips too. Back and forth to Ash Twin. Is there's not like a frequency or something inside of this that we can latch onto and detect, right? Oh. We just gotta wing it. What's gonna happen? Are we gonna find anything? At this point, I just want to get in there and read stuff. I don't even care about warping. Although that would be nice. See, look, it's gonna be lined up. Oh, it's coming from this side. Okay. I'll hang out over here. So weird looking. And it's got this giant rock underneath it. I swear oh man, we've like walked around this thing before, but I just feel like I need to keep looking. And I feel like eventually we'll find the right spot that we're looking for. But there's nothing that alludes to there being any, like, secret entrance into the towers, you know? I just want there to be. So maybe this is just me trying to wish for something that doesn't exist. Where's our ship? Over here. Oh, I think the ship's gonna end up on some rocks here. It's probably fine. Three, two, one. Like, look at how much there is to walk around and look at, like. And then this is gonna be a cave right here, but it's just more rock. I don't know how to describe that. Should we stay in the ship and look around until we're ready to get out and walk again? It's nice though, that seems to protect us from the sand tower, right? If we were to hide under, oops, hide under there. Have we ever been under there? I think so. I think we have. Maybe on accident. Maybe not deliberately searching underneath there. But it makes like a land bridge. Doesn't necessarily help, but it's interesting to look at. It's so dark. Where's the ship? Over here. They're working on a fix. Anyone else having issues? Frankerface's Twitter indicates... Oh, okay, interesting. Gotcha, SoCall. Thanks for the update. While we're chilling here, digging in the sand, what are you all looking forward to this week? Tell me about your plans for the week and your to-do lists. Anything big on the horizon? I feel like just chit-chatting while we watch the same hourglass sand fall back and forth over and over. The only reason we came over here was because we ran out of time on Ember Twin. To-do list is figuring out how to transfer students to other teachers. Ooh, gotcha, Ta. Exciting things. Percy and I are getting physicals this week. Nice. How's Percy doing? Oh. 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 This is bonking us into the... Okay, that's very powerful. Cool experiment. A little bit scary. I should have refilled my fuel in the ship. This is super interesting. Okay, it's gone. Still nothing. Still nothing. Yeah, well, you know, I don't know what I expected. Gonna do some bike shopping. Oh, that's cool. A uni test. Nice. Good luck, Seconitas. Baking. What are you gonna be baking, Maggie? Not die of boring semi-lockdown because COVID cases? Oh man. What are you gonna use to help you not die of boring? That's always frustrating. He's good, just awful at the groomer, so we had to find a vet who will sedate him. Oh, yeah, that's tough. Nothing like a good sand blanket. Ammo, welcome in. How's it going? Alright, we can head back out, I guess. Oh, we're on the rock now. For real, for real. The ship is on the rock. I guess I should probably hang out in a more safe spot. This we know has doors that take us to the top here. We've done that before. So, I don't know. That's a thing that happens. There's the warp over there. We visited that. Making good use of time with family. Yeah, that's something. Vaccination appointments are finally opening up for your age group. Nice, Semi-Cortex. Okay. Oop, there goes our ship. Sorry. The planet gets smaller. I have to reevaluate where to put you. How are you stuck like that? Oh, sparkly ground. Big sun. Sparkly ground. Upside down ship. Bye, ship. It actually stayed put, but it's just up on the rocks. And now I think it's done. Are we done with the sand? And then do we get the countdown? Ooh, what's this? This is the bottom of the Giant's Deep one. God, the thing is terrifying. But I think we've been in that one before. And there's the music. You really don't have much time after it ends. But you get these two towers up to the top of these energy things. You get the sparkly ground. You get access to the bottom of Giant's Deep. But not, it doesn't look like to the bottom of the sun. Are we gonna make this? Yeah. We looked and looked and looked. Ship wants some freedom? Yeah. I don't know. Is there maybe a tunnel, like, oops, underneath one of these other ones? that we could get to it from? I guess the only door we found was the one for Giant's Deep. And now I'm going away from it. Well, that's it. Maybe we need to look under some of these other places too. I don't know. We can go here really quickly, but we have no time. Oh, wow. Go, go, go. This just goes to the top, right? I think we've been in this one before. That was a weird view of the end. Oh my gosh. Since I can't decide between baking brownies and white chocolate macadamia cookies, I'm combining the two. That sounds so good, Maggie. I would like to try that. Okay, well, we still made okay use of our time, but we didn't get to the lake bed cave, so we can go to the lake bed cave now. Like, immediately, as soon as we have our mallow. And then we can... I don't know what else. Like, I don't know if we need to explore the rocks underneath of all of the towers, because we looked at the energy towers and they have elevators up to the top of them. I don't know what that means. We should look at the top of them again, I guess. I don't know. Let's see what we added. We added like one small thing, I think. Yeah, here. Lake bed cave. Okay. I don't know exactly what I'm gonna do next, so we'll probably do the ship's log prediction again. Based on what we've been doing, it's kind of likely, it seems like it's more likely that I'm making it to the supernova because of what we're doing, but I don't know. Let's just do the ship's log prediction again. And then I'm gonna take a quick bathroom break and we'll come back to the game. So prediction. We'll do it for a little bit more time. We'll do oh, it doesn't have a 3 minute. Okay, we'll do 5 minutes. Yeah, we'll do 5 minutes. Don't feel like being fish food? No. Here's some music while we go on a quick break. I will be right back, friends. No music. Hang on. Welcome back, humans. Hylian, welcome in. Scareled, how's it going? Good to see you. We just had to take a quick break, and we're predicting the next loop. Thanks for those commands, Meggie. I don't know what we're gonna do this loop. Some of y'all put big points on the prediction. So many points! 21,000? Oh my gosh, no pressure. Baba was good yesterday, Hylian. We went to the temple ruins and did a few of those levels. And then we ended on a victory because we had a couple puzzles we had to skip over. I couldn't finish them. Oh, but it was really fun. Okay, let's hop back into this. Thank you for predicting. That's a lot of points on the line. Thinking yes, but better odds on no. Yeah. I know, it's sort of like what do I believe versus what do I want to put points on, you know? Alright. If you all know me, you know I want to go to Lake Bed Cave next. You know that we were just there and I want to see it through to the end. So I think that is what we're going to do. Put 1K on yes, you better deliver. Oh my gosh, Todd. Oh, get comfy again. 3, 2, 1, blast off. Just always bet against Magus. The forever point feud between Semi-Cortex and Magus. That's silly. Okay, here's the moon. And the quantum moon. Oh, oh, go a little bit slower. We're coming in hot. All right, we're good. There's Sun Station taunting us. And here's the north whatever. Let's go park next to our friend. Parking lot. Oops. There we go. I hope I didn't bump into that ship. I might have just tapped it a little bit. Oh, look how cute that is! Okay, Austin, welcome in. How's it going? I parked our ships next to each other. Ship has company while we're away. Got a little too excited about it. It's the little things in this game. It's the mallows. It's the travelers. It's the cute romance amongst the nomai. Oh, this looks terrifying. You gotta have some cute stuff because everything else is absolutely horrifying. Okay, sure. Quantum cave, quantum cave, quantum cave. Oh, this is gonna make us lost again. Yeah. Oh god, oh god, oh god. You know what's interesting is you should park your ship in like strategic places to help guide you along paths like this, you know? Because you've got that marker. I think we're gonna squish. Oh. Is this the way we came in? What is this? Oh god. Is this just sand? Is this just squish? What is this? I think this is just squish. Oh, I'm stuck. I'm getting buried. No, what are we doing? I don't know. I don't know that there's anything for me to do here. Well, rip. It was brave to come in here. Is there something below that we missed? It's just a wall, right? Yeah. Cannot see anything. Holy moly. I feel like we are supposed to keep going up, but I keep getting pushed back. Ah. Admiral, welcome in. Antable, welcome in. Okay, this looks like something important we should be doing. Oh, no, shoot! Oh god, I hate it. Okay, land back on this. Come on, Jen. Oh, we're gonna run out of fuel. Can we make it all the way up there? Yeah. No! Ah! This sucks. This has to be something, right? Oh, I hate it so much. God damn it. Why does this game have to put things like this in here? Come on. We're gonna run out of fuel. Okay, well this is stupid. Can I change brightness? I guess, yeah, it's really dark for you all. It looks darker for you than it does for me. Ocean quality. Shadow quality? No. Would it just be on my monitor? But you won't see that, right? Gamma? Rendering cost. Interesting. I don't think that did anything. Yeah, it's just a really dark cave. That helps a little. I'm trying to, like, boost down when we get on top of it, because if I boost down into it, then I can try to be a little bit more precise of what I land on top of. We're gonna run out of fuel and oxygen. Yeah. Where are we now? I feel like we just started coming out the way we went in. I feel like I got turned around and I went in and then I went backwards, you know? Everything looks the same. We're gonna get squished in here. Da-na-na-na-na. I hate the squish so much. Can I fit through there? I don't think so. Can I scout through there? It just shows us more caves, more sand. Oh my gosh. Hello? Yeah, it is quantum. Huh, now we're super lost though. I had a suspicion because I think a plant that we were next to disappeared. Oh! Are we underneath a, Oh, hello? Ooh, let's read. If you're come back to look for Coleus, this is where we were when he vanished. He's been missing for 2 days. What happened before Coleus disappeared? We were examining the different rocks. I recall Coleus standing on the largest one, the Wandering Rock. I was taking notes and then my lantern died. When I lit it again, Coleus and the rock were both gone. Your strange Wandering Rock friend is here, though Coleus isn't. Coleus and I observed this unusual looking rock shard and several smaller rocks and at least 2 other caverns. I'm unsure if this is relevant. What does this do? What the, what? Stop it. What does this do? Oh, is this the thing above us? Does this power the, are we underneath the ruins? Oh, yeah, we updated the ship log. Precious air. Yeah, seriously. Holly, welcome in. It's good to see you. Bravo on getting through the gauntlet on the first try. Oh my gosh, I hate the things like this where they put you through the gauntlet with the platforming, and this game is not supposed to be a platformer. We see these box things everywhere, and this is in the museum on Timber Hearth. We're just gonna fall, right? Take me to Coleus! Coleus stood on the rock, and now I stand on the rock. And now it's gone. What if you stand... Okay, I don't know what else to do in here, and I don't know how else to get out of here. Should we, like, stand on that spot and then look away and have it come, like, form on top of us? I feel like that's just gonna make us dead. It's the weirdest thing. Right? But I guess it can appear because we're right on top of it. Spin around in a circle. I really don't know. And I don't want to walk out of here. Weeds intro. Oh my gosh. Yes, that song is so good. I haven't heard that in a minute. Little boxes made of ticky-tacky, yeah. Have you been to Brittle Hollow? Not today yet, no. But, other times, yes. Thanks, the tree friend, yeah. Puzzling puzzle indeed. It was the Weeds intro, And they had a bunch of different artists sing it. Like, I think it was the same person every time in the beginning. But then later on, they had some other people come in and do it, which was cool. CMC, how's it going? Welcome in. Yeah, a bunch of different versions of it. And then they changed, they used to have, like, I think the first few seasons, it was always that neighborhood, that video. Oh my god! What the heck? Hello? Excuse? No! And then it moves? Not only does it assemble itself, is it following me? Ah! I don't like it. Is it because I turned the light off and now it got extra scary? What's going on here? What is happening here? Ooh, that time I think it appeared as I was jumping away from it. Wait, hang on. Okay, now it's there, but I don't think this matters. It's just a tree. I need oxygen. Oh, the tree's gone! Come here! Kate, how's it going? Welcome in. Haven't been able to stop by lately. Oh my gosh, thank you, Kate. I hope you have a good day too. This game is so startling. Oh, we don't have any fuel left. Okay, so I can't jump around too much more. But look at this! No, thank you, no, my skeleton. I know. Why? What does it mean? Okay, let me read this again. My lantern died. When I lit it again, Coleus and the rock were gone. So does it have to do with lights too? Huh? Okay, so it can also disappear and reappear with light. I don't think we knew that. Oh, I forgot about the fuel. That noise startled me. Oh god. What? Being lurky as I work my last few assignments? Heck yes, Meggie. Thanks, I hate it. Yeah, seriously. I don't like being in the dark in this game. I don't think it was a horror game. What happens like the longer you stay in the dark? Weird. So that's teaching us something. I feel like this cave is here to teach us things. Science. But I don't know that there's any more to do here other than to learn what all this means. Well, okay, I feel like that's gonna help us in the quantum trials. Right? Are there lanterns in that room? I feel like there are. There's like torches. So maybe not, but something to think about. We have new quantum knowledge. Oop, we're gonna squish. All right, well, this is unsettling. I feel like there's a way for me to get out of here with this info, but I'm not smart enough to figure it out. Does it ever appear on this side? Just the skeletons over here. We have to hear the squish noise again. I don't want it. All right, everybody cover your ears if you don't want to hear the squish noise. Time to mute. Yep, mute. Should I just mute the game audio? I don't want to hear it. Oops. Master volume? Okay, perfect. Everything's fine. Sorry, Hearthian. I couldn't figure it out. But we learned something. I'm assuming I should have tried to... Oh, but it was such a long trek to get in here. Creative use of squish. Definitely smart. Haven't used the right brain cell yet. We don't know what brain cell it is that we need yet. Oh my god. Ooh, I can't hear it, but I hate it. We'll see what the log has to say. Yeah. Okay. Thanks, friends. We'll get our sound back in a second. The log did get updated, so we will get those channel points right to your door. Let's do the time warp. Yeah, seriously. We didn't have to hear the gasp when we woke back up either. Brutal. Absolutely brutal. Should we turn the gamma back down too? I think so. That cave was just extra, extra dark. Oh, where was this at? Just 0, right? Yeah. There's the points. There's those channel points. Thank you again for streaming your experience. The mental overhead of streaming is definitely non-trivial. Oh yeah, like having to, I don't know, narrate and also puzzle through those things while y'all are watching. No, it's all good. I don't know that I would have kept playing this if I hadn't streamed it. Right? Or I wouldn't have gone at this pace. And I wouldn't have had all the lovely people telling me, it's worth it, you got this, you're learning, like... Gamma 0 is the default. Yeah, we got it. Thanks, friends. Let's go see what the ship log has to tell us. We have run into situations where I didn't realize what we learned until we read the ship's log, too. It gives you extra. This is called Lake Bed Cave. It says... A Nomai named Coleus was standing on the wandering rock when another Nomai's lantern died. When they relit the lantern, Coleus and the rock were both gone. Oh. So then, I feel like I tried that. You have to turn off the lights, stand on it, turn out your flashlight, and turn your flashlight back on, maybe? Should have been playing as a talent. A cool rock mystery. Mel, welcome in. We are gonna have to go back there, but hopefully it'll be easier to get there the next time we do. And I don't think that that's related. Well, I don't know. Everything's related, right? They give you the quantum moon stuff and they give you the sun station stuff, but it's a rhetoric question. All rhetoric questions. Don't answer any of this. They give you like these threads thinking they're separate things, but I feel like it all has to be connected somehow. And then if you look at this, it does connect, right? It says Glacier, White Hole Station, Quantum Moon. I don't know. Oh, we got... No, we didn't get anything else, though. This question, pure rhetoric. It lets us know what Jen's thinking. Yeah. What a tangled web we weave. Okay. So... what other threads do we have? I haven't pulled out the notebook yet today. What else do I have written down? I have the poem. Oh! The poem talks about dark. Across old bark, it's always dark. The quiet shade in ancient glade. Okay, I don't know what it means, but it talks about the dark. Bramble. I don't feel like going to Bramble. We'll have to go back. We have to go to Bramble. I just don't know what to do there yet. If you die in this game, do you always just reset? Yes. No Bramble Scramble. Not yet. I don't think we have the tools we need to go back there still. And I don't love Bramble experiments, but maybe we have to have a whole section of Bramble experiments again. Frozen Shuttle is still an option. We messed around with that a little bit last stream. I have Giant's Deep listed, but I don't know that we have anything else to do on Giant's Deep. Could be. It's always possible. Don't blame anyone for not wanting to go to Bramble. Yeah, it's super interesting to watch someone else play this, because when I played, I wasn't verbalizing my thoughts. Yeah, I have to remember to do it too. and not take that for granted. Oh, you know what I was thinking? Actually, I had a thought and then I didn't write it down. But if there is a warp that's functional on Ash Twin to get to Brittle Hollow, I kind of want to try it because I think there's a white ruins warp, a white hole like receiver on the underside of Brittle Hollow, and we know the one on the surface goes to White Hole Station, but do we think the one underneath it goes to Ash Twin? I was thinking that. I think when we went on break, and then I forgot to come back and say it. Because maybe that's the only way to get to the forge. As much as I don't love the idea of going back to Ash Twin again, I always verbalize my thoughts even when alone. My coworkers hate me for it. Oh no. Some people just do better when they think out loud. Yeah, the notebook is out. The notebook is here and ready to go. What else did I write down? Black Hole Forge, Quantum Trials, Ember Twin, Interloper, Sensation, the coordinates that we have. And then I have the notes of what we saw from the projection pool. Sparkly walls, quantum moon spinning, line of orange lights. I kind of want to look at that projection pool again. That was so interesting, but I don't know that it's going to tell us anything more. Okay, what else? My heart wants to go back and try to get to Brittle Hollow, but that's so uninteresting. It's like another loop of the same thing. If you all let me do that, then the loop after that, we have to go do something else. We have to go, maybe we can go back to Quantum Trials again. Or we could go back to the Tower of Quantum Knowledge again, because we still haven't figured that out either. Finally done with work. Nice. Alright, so we're gonna skip the prediction this round, and we'll bring it back for the next one. 3, 2, 1, blast off. I think now if we're going to... Wolf!
One who's tough, empathetic, and has
a big heart. Thank you, Wolf, for the 100 bits. I appreciate it. Thank you, thank you. Yay, science, so many options. We do have a lot. I think going there with the knowledge that at least one warp does work puts me in better spirits than some of the other trips we've taken over here. Of course, whenever we come here, we have to sit around and wait for stuff to happen. Let's go look at the top of this again. We haven't looked at the tops of these in a while. Oops, come back, come back, come back. What are these shaped like? Do they have any warp cores on them? I think they just have an elevator on them. What is that shape? It kind of looks like it's got the same lines as the coordinates, man. A bunch of stuff has lines like that. Okay, what happened? Oh yeah, because I'm trying to bonk it with our windshield here. And I don't think we can land on these because of the little elevator underneath it. Alright, well, this was not good. It's fine. A hexagon, yeah. But what does it mean? Is there a planet that looks like just the hexagon? I guess I could look. It doesn't really look like the symbol for the eye of the universe either. Okay, so here's our sun warp, of which the glass appears to be intact. And everything looks peachy. Where is Brittle Hollow in relation to the sun? Is the next one gonna be over here? Yeah, there's the twins, right? Yeah. So twins, Timber Hearth, and then Brittle Hollow. I gotta do this without getting annoyingly close. Looks peachy. It's a very sandy peach. Okay, true. You're right. Ooh, okay. There's more stuff getting uncovered. Not quite. I can't see the Timber Hearth one yet. I'm also not lined up correctly. It's fine. It must be kind of lower than the other ones. Something pretty about watching this planet from above. It is nice. Well, it's sparkly, it's shiny. All the sand has a cool reflection coming off of it. And we've done this a lot. Of all the planets I've just circled and waited to land on, this is really the only one we do that for. Okay, sun. Especially with the music, yeah. The music's very good for when you're just wandering around in space. There's a quantum moon. Ooh, what's happening? Unlimited fuel isn't happening. Okay, we can't see the Timber Hearth one. Can we just skip to the next one and maybe we'll see it? Is it a little bit taller, I think? They're really making us wait for these here. Golly. Oh, there we go. Who is it? Which one are you? I see you. It doesn't look functional, though. But again, oh, you know what? We do need to go to Whitehole Station. I think we will try maybe the Tower of Quantum Knowledge next, because then we'll be on Brittle Hollow and we can pop over to Whitehole Station to look at another functioning warp. I guess we could look at the warp here, but Whitehole is like the one that's in the best condition. I think that circular one is Timber Hearth, so I think it's gonna be the next one after that. Am I in the way of it? I don't know. I'm just so tired of circling this place. Okay, I think I see it emerging. Because there isn't one for Bramble. That would be bad. Oops. Back up a little bit. Okay, here. Is this it right here? I think this is it starting to appear. Everything's fine. Oh, I parked right on this line of the sand. I didn't park close enough to this thing. Sure, everything's definitely fine. This is where we want to go. Is this intact? It is. This one should work then. Maybe. It's still covered in sand. I feel like we tried this one before, but I must not have been patient enough. Or we might have gotten sucked up by the sand. That's also very possible. Glass confirmed. I know, I feel like that's a good sign. But I still don't know for sure, and we gotta wait for the door to appear. Looks like it's gonna be right here. I think we're okay. But I always gotta keep an eye out for Ash Twin. Okay, we're good. Door, please. Yeah. Come on. Okay. I see purple on the wall. We have a glass ceiling. Theoretically, this should work, right? Why does it not look glass anymore? Is it just playing tricks on me? This should work. How far away are we from Brittle Hollow, though? Kind of far. Okay. And then this one, we can also walk down another level. Interesting, interesting. I should probably just hang out on the center of it, right? What's down below? I don't know. I feel like I should just wait here. Maybe the other end is broken. I guess it could be. We could try throwing the scout back at... Oh, I feel like the moon's in the way. No, that's not the moon. That's Giant's Deep. We could try throwing the scout at the... Oh, it didn't work. At the... God, why can't I think of it? The White Hole Ruin. Oh, it did work. Oh, I thought we passed it. Oh, thank God. Are we in the spot we want to be? I think we are. Oh, but I didn't raise the forge. Duh. You have so much time to do that, too. At least we got here. I feel like everybody has to make that mistake, right? And there's stuff to read. And I said I wanted to just read the stuff that's here. At least we know we have tons of time to get here and raise the forge and then leave. Departure time. Charge, step away, step onto warp receiver to activate return warp. Blackwell Forge. Maybe there isn't anything to read. Whoops. That's okay, it was worth it. What's over here? Don't go over there because we're gonna fall in, right? You have to stay on the path. I wanna go in that building. I almost went in that building. Is there anything else I can walk on? This is safe over here. You made that mistake. We made it. We have a plan. I knew it as soon as we got here, but you have to test your theory that it's even gonna get you over here, right? I don't know. It's super interesting. Be cautious near the boarding area while Black Hole Forge is in operation. There isn't a spot to lift it from this side, right? That would be too kind. Ooh, a projection pool. Where is the stone, though? Is there one? Hello? Maybe it's in the forge. Have we seen a brittle hollow projection pool yet? I'm not sure. I'm so nervous that we're gonna just fling ourselves into the black hole. Sleek Beak, welcome in. How's it going? I'm sure everyone has made that mistake. Progress. We got a plan. I don't think it's gonna update our log though, because we can't go inside. Should we just go back? Should we try going in this building and dying? I'm kind of intrigued. Ooh, let's scout. Let's do the smart thing. Okay, well. Is there anything on the floor in here? Like perhaps the projection thingy? I really want to try to go in here. Do you think we can do it? Maybe if I jetpack properly? Oh god, oh god, oh god, oh god. Oh, I think we're okay. I think it's gonna flip us upside down. Nice. Exit to surface. Oh, but it's gonna be blocked by cactus plants, right? Is this where the elevator was? I think so. The broken one, maybe? Oh, here's some writing, but it's just gonna be a sign. Yeah, just telling us where the forge is. And that's the rest of the elevator right there. But I'm pretty sure it's broken. Yeah, it's broken. Okay, cool. Whee! Should we exit to surface? What's up there? It's gonna take us back to the frozen glacier place. Remembering all the jump scares I got in this place. It's good, Sleekbeak. We're doing good today. We're making some cool discoveries. We're learning. I'm really tempted to jump up there because I know it's someplace we've never been, but I also think it's gonna immediately get us with a cactus plant. Oh, yeah. Okay, cool. That's fine. Let's go look at the, since I wanted to, let's go look at the White Hole Station since we're kind of stuck now. Oh, we just missed it. And then it has to, it's not going to be charged. It's not going to be turned on. Actually, I don't think we can do from this way. Never mind. Well, rip. We could fall into the black hole. Just go make a leap of faith. Here, we gotta go this way. The one way that denied us for so long. Yeah, I always forget that that's there taunting you. Because when you see it, you're like, don't care about it. It doesn't get me to the spot I'm trying to go. Think the more frustrating, the more fun when you figure it out. Yeah, there is definitely an aspect of that for sure. Okay, but are we gonna hit our head on the forge? I don't know. I kind of want to go. Let's go visit Whitehole Station. Hopefully we don't die going into the black hole. No, we're good. We haven't been here in a little bit. It's not my favorite. What is this? There's like lights along the railing here. It's a pretty cool little spot. Oop, come on. Too much, too much. Come back. 2 minutes ago, I don't want to fall in the black hole. Now maybe we can fall in the black hole. Yeah, my mind changed so quickly. So the thing that's different about this one is what? I truly don't know. There's glass above it, right? Yeah, there's glass and there's like a symbol? Maybe? I can't see that well. Well, it's not active, so I can step onto this. Yeah, it's got that like metal kind of circle looking thing. I don't know how else to describe it. We don't need to go turn this thing on. It's got gravity flooring, but I don't think that's required for it to function. And then it looks like this. It's got a core on one side and no core on the other side. It's got this kind of metal detailing and it's got the purple glowy floor. That's it. And this one has an on switch. But the other ones, I feel like their on switch is the giant energy things coming into the center of Ash Twin, right? HP, how's it going? Welcome in. Jake the dog, get Jen the human. Exactly. Well, it's the end now. So maybe we'll just hang out. Should we go jump out into space for the end? Ember Twin Projection Stone. What does this one show us again? Oh, we can't get to it. I forget what it shows us. Just woke up from a nap. Nice. I hope it was restful. I hope it was a good one. Part of me wants to fling ourselves into space. Part of me wants to look at the bottom of this again. But the bottom of this just has the switch that turns it on. Oops. I don't think I'm gonna make it into space in time. Release me! Into the abyss! Whee! It's just kind of pretty to watch it happen. Wow. Our poor solar system. Blam, how's it going? Welcome in. Into the unknown. Yeah. Oh my gosh. So some things went well. Some things went not so good. We have to go to Brittle Hollow, lift the switch, exit, which it should be pretty easy to get back to our ship. And then go to Ash Twin. We should do that next, right? We gotta see this through. Perfect timing jumping into space. Oh yeah, absolutely. We got out into space just in time. Almost done with your paper. Nice, Meggie, that's awesome. Proud of you. Black hole forge, here we come. So then do we vote on Supernova? Because I don't know what I'm gonna do after that, or do we think that'll take the whole cycle? Also, yeah, don't forget your mallows. All the mallows. I think we can vote on Supernova after that. Depending on what we decide to do once we finish the forge. I don't know how big the forge is gonna be. I don't know how much there is to do there. We might not have time, but that's like a decent thing for us to maybe predict on, since we didn't do a prediction last time. We skipped it last time, so I think I'll do the Supernova one, this one, for a minute. They're all, it's pretty easy to pick one from the list since we're using similar ones. I like that. Okay, let's look at this. Did we add to it? We didn't, right? No. And then this. The towers. The Tower of Quantum Knowledge. We've got all of this stuff that I want to look at too. Quantum Moon, Lakebed Cave. We have to go back to Lakebed Cave. Quantum Trials. There's so much stuff. Water break too. All right, thanks for predicting. I hope you got your points in. Let's do it. Let's go to the forge. Three, two, one, lift off. Get our space music going. And start our voyage over there. Boba, thanks for the hydrate. I appreciate it. That one was on me. I'll get another one once we land. I had a Supernova dream the other day. I remember my cat panicking. I was like, don't worry, we're in a time loop. Oh my gosh. Yeah, I have dreamed about this game now. I had some dreams about, I don't even remember now, trying to get to the forge, I think. Okay, we want to land, oh, over here. Our favorite landing spot. Fantastic. I can't believe that whole entire path to that part of Lakebed Cave and the whole thing was quantum. Like every little rock, every little cactus plant. I can't believe it. It's so wild. Tonight's stream is gonna be getting squished. Oh no! Foraging for forge, yeah. Game has some nightmare fuel, yeah, a little bit. Just a little bit sometimes. Do you see wake up before you open your eyes? After an Outer Wilds dream, yeah. Oh, you know what else I was thinking about? I want to go back and watch the beginning of the first VOD again to see what the sky looks like when you first wake up. Do you see the crash of the cannon on... Don't answer this, but I want to know if you see the crash of the cannon on that wake up as well, or if the crash only That was really weird. If the crash only starts once you know, have the statue thing happen. Bit of clipping there. Yeah, that was unusual. See a square button prompt. Hi, Ryback. Hitbox, please. Hey, buddy. Man. Alright, I'll see you later. We got places to go. I can talk to you again sometime, though. Ryback. Yeah, he rules. Or they rule. Okay, hanging city. We got this, we got this. Hopefully the path to get out is okay once we do this, because we've not actually had to walk back before. Otherwise, I think there's a way up and out of here through the gravity crystal factory. Is that in this section? No, because this is the school and the eye shrine and the meltwater district and the forge, and that's it. So I'm not sure, but we'll work on that if we get to that problem. The school is in Ember Twin, right? I think so. Okay. We know what to do. Let's try to do it. Hey, Forge, we're coming. We're gonna make this happen. Oh, I don't like the look of that. So you can't get back, right? Or does that just happen near the bridge? Did I? Okay, well. Brittle Hollow is great. It's not my favorite. But it's okay. So then, are we supposed to go to Whitehole Station? Can we hop across here at least? Because I don't know if I know another way back other than Whitehole Station if we can't get past here. Or did I just misremember how the bridge looks? It's weird. It's kind of weird. You might not be able to get back, but Backstreet's back. Exactly. We'll be fine. Okay, this worries me sometimes. Gotta be very careful. Oh, but we can't... Can we do this? I've never thought about this before. We've never had to go in reverse and like make sure these little tubes work properly. But I'm glad it's working. I'm glad so far we're not getting too many hiccups here. We still don't know how to get the rest of the way up to the Tower of Quantum Knowledge. This one also works. It's still functioning. Let's go rescue our ship before it's gone. Cabbage, welcome in. It's good to see you. Hello, hello. Okay. Alright, Quantum Knowledge Tower. I'll be back for you. We gotta get to the ship, though. Sankari, welcome in. Zooming through the tubes now. Pro jetpacking skills. That one tube, the tube to get to, what was it? The Southern Observatory, that was really annoying. My jetpack would not cooperate for that one. Okay, go, 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 go. 3, 2, 1. I'm nervous because of the lantern. Okay, I see the lantern is not over here. Oh, shoot, shoot, shoot. We're doing this bad. Okay. There's the twins. Can I make it if I take this particular path? I don't know, but we're gonna try. We're doing a little bit of a chase here. Oh, no, this actually worked out really well. But we don't want Ember Twin, we want Ash Twin. So bright! Okay. Is this it right here? Heck yes. Let's park over here. And bonk. Whew, okay, that was good. That was a really good leg between the two things that we needed to get to. I don't think the door's gonna be open quite yet, actually. We might have, like, gotten here before we can get in. Oh, there it is, though. It's peeking its little top out of the sand. Yeah, good timing. Yes, yes, yes. I should have refilled fuel, but I think we'll be okay. I still can. We're, like, fine on fuel, but, you know. Loop's going good so far. Hope we don't jinx it. Here. Okay. Don't get too close to that. And this is the wrong way. It's over here. I just gotta wait for it to pass by now. Probably didn't need to go back to the ship, and we could have been in there. But I think we have to wait for this to pass anyway until it's lined up with the warp spot. Right? Ooh, watch out for the cactus plant. Okay, we made it. Now let's just hang out. Ooh, look at the timing. Here we go. We can do this. We can do this. A little sip. Yeah, exactly. It's gonna line up. Nice. So weird when that happens. Okay. Forge. Forge, we're coming. Please don't fall into the abyss that is the center of Brittle Hollow. Please stay put just for a moment. And then we're gonna try maybe to go back to the quantum tower, but I think it crumbles at a certain point. What? Okay, I would like to walk on you. There we go. Whoa, weird. Okay. Okay, I see scrolls. Let's not do anything reckless here. Let's use the gravity how we're supposed to. I can put this down on the floor. A statue. Ship log updated. Where am I taking this first black hole core, and where am I taking the remaining cores once they're ready? The white hole cores are for the warp receivers. We've learned this. White hole cores are for warp receivers. Each of the 6 receivers are being constructed at different locations, so those deliveries will be a greater pain in your cervical spine. The tower designs in the high energy lab on Ember Twin reveal each receiver's location. Ask Yarrow, he's familiar with them. Okay, we're on the right track. All the warp towers are being constructed on Ash Twin, so the black hole cores will go there. Yep. My gratitude. In that case, Pope Clary, I'm leaving for delivery. I'll send Yarrow your regards. I'll return to the forge shortly. I'm going to catch up to Root and help him deliver the first core to Ash Twin just to make sure Yarrow receives it. Of course you are. Okay. And where's the other one? I'm nervous. Okay. Of note, Yarrow believes he spotted a flaw in the warp tower designs, namely that one of the warp towers on Ash Twin will never activate because its warp receiver will never align overhead. Does your romantic interest think a warp tower's alignment point is its receiver? Does he not know that a warp tower always aligns with the center of its corresponding astral body? That isn't an unreasonable belief, given the receiver does have to be located on or in close orbit around the relevant astral body. I seem to recall that was your understanding of warp technology at first. Yarrow understands the distinction. He likely doesn't realize the Hourglass twins are so close together, they function as a single astral body with a shared alignment point between them. Okay. Ship's log updated. We get a projection stone. Where's our place to put it? Well, I don't know. But I think it's one that we've seen before. Okay, let's go read this. Ooh, what's that? Oh, it tells us when it's overhead. That's cool. Regarding the warp towers on Ash Twin, does each tower have to be perfectly aligned with the center of the astral body to which it's tuned? I enjoy precision as much as the next Nomai, but if, for example, a tower's base were to shift even slightly, that tower might no longer align with its astral body. Excuse me. More accurately, I enjoy precision as much as the next Nomai, provided the next Nomai is not Poke. We don't need the alignment angle to be exact. It only needs to be within 5 degrees of the astral body's center. Of note, this gives us a slightly longer warp window. I imagine this window will last roughly several seconds. Interesting. Wait, why was there a scroll? As such, any Nomai stepping onto the warp platform during an active window will be immediately warped. We will need to be careful around the platform for the duration of the time it's active to avoid accidental transportation. Okay. What's up? The Ash Twin one is gonna show us the same, it's gonna show us the masks. What's that? Oh, I can just put this on the table? That looks like, I don't know what that is on the table. It looks like the little bits to make different cores. Oh, that was weird. Something just flew past me. Into the black hole. No, my gossip, yeah. Oh, there's a projection pool where we came in. Okay. Interesting. That was cool. But I don't know how much new stuff we learned yet. Oh, here. What does this say? Advanced warp core is ready to be installed in the central chamber of Ash Twin. I'm intrigued, love. Everyone here working on the Ash Twin project is excited to see it. Pi is beside herself with joy. No, it isn't. Is everything well at the forge? The core's durability could still be improved. I need more time. Ignore her, Yarrow. The core is finished, and if my sister tells you otherwise, then she will be finished as well. Don't worry, love. Poke is only nervous. The core is extraordinary, and her design work is beautifully clever. Okay. There's something to do with the colors of those. There's like orange ones when we haven't read it yet. It does tell you. This is gonna show us the core again, I think. Yeah. See, there's those orange lights again. What is that? Can I get closer to it? It almost looks like the base of one of the towers. Is that the only spot where there's orange lights? And then you get too far away. And well, let's look for the moon again, too. Do we see the quantum moon again? Not this time, but maybe that's just because it's not there right now. What is that? Or is it the outline of... No. It almost looked like the shape of the outline of the forge, kind of, sort of, but it wasn't. I'm gonna end up walking off the edge of this pool into someplace I'm not supposed to be. Maybe it's underneath one of those towers that we've seen and it's trying to show me the outline of it. And we've watched that particular, oh, there goes our ship. Maybe. Where is our ship parked right now? It's about to go into the black hole or something. It's parked, it was parked on the top of the Tower of Quantum Knowledge. But then, no. Oh my god. But then we had to fly to Ash Twin, so I don't know what I'm saying. Alright. Should we exit out of here then and look at more stuff on Brittle Hollow? I want to. I don't really want to go back to Ash Twin. But there's always more to do on Ash Twin. And I feel like Brittle Hollow's crumbled. Our ship's on the Hourglass Twins. Okay. It's only 15 kilometers away. That's what threw me off, I think. Yeah, I don't want to go back up to the White Hole Station area. I think I want to go back to Ember, I guess, or Ash. Because I thought it was 15 kilometers away, like falling into the hole below us, and that's why I saw it moving around like that. You know? Alright, what's happening over here? Which tower has the right shape that we're looking for? Or is it the base of one of these two and we just haven't looked at the correct... Oh, wow. The correct one at the end here. The end of all things. Because there's two of these. And they both have elevators going up. Should we fly over to the other one real quick? We're about to get the song. I feel like we've stared at the base of these. Okay, so this one is on the North Pole, so at least we'll make a note. Let me write down the songs coming anyway. North Pole Power Tower as like the one that we have in fact investigated at the very end of the countdown. It has multiple doors to get to the elevator. Three doors. Remember when we had no idea what this music meant? Yeah. Our solar system is small, yeah. The first time we had our very first loop, we died on Giant's Deep, and I thought that... What did I think happened? I thought our ship exploded or something. I could not figure out why we died. Okay. This lights up a lot. But I don't know what that means. By not remembering what the music means, do you mean, do you remember right now? Oh. It means we have 60 seconds left. Anytime I listen to the OST and this track comes, I get sweaty palms, yeah. Okay, so the North Pole one glows and lights up at the end. At the base. I don't know if that meant I was supposed to like jump in at the end. Because I don't know if we finished a cycle on the top of one of those things. I don't know what those are. The reason I'm drawn to them is because of what we saw in the projection pool, not necessarily because of anything anyone told us. Give me all the points! Magus hoarding channel points. TT, if you could take care of that prediction for us. I appreciate it. I don't know why I needed to pause right then. Let's have a mallow. Let's calm down for a moment and eat a mallow. What have we learned? We added a bunch of stuff to the ship log. We learned about the warp towers. Hey, Slate. Actually gonna step out now and do adult things? Okay, sounds good, Magus. Take care. Good luck with the adult things. You bet 10,000 and got 10,286. Nice.
Yes.
Oh, thank you. Thanks, Semi-Cortex. Yes. All right. Alignment angle diagram. Okay, so that they talked a lot about the angles. So maybe I missed something that I was supposed to pick up from that. The warp tower's alignment point is not its warp receiver. Rather, a warp tower always aligns with the center of its corresponding astral body. Yeah. The warp receiver must be located on or in close orbit around the relevant astral body. Yeah. The Hourglass twins are so close together, they function as a single astral body with a shared alignment point between them. Yeah. All the warp towers were being constructed on Ash Twin, while the 6 warp receivers were being constructed on different locations. A Nomai named Poke successfully forged an advanced warp core for the Ash Twin project. Okay. A diagram depicting the alignment angle between a warp tower and its corresponding astral body. Okay. Warp tower alignment angles are not exact. They only need to be within 5 degrees of the astral body's center. Okay. This results in slightly longer warp windows that last roughly several seconds. Anyone stepping into the warp platform during the active window will be immediately warped. Okay. We added something here. An advanced warp core was approved for installation in the central chamber. So there's a warp core. So we can warp in. Maybe. Which type of warp core, though? No, because the warp core was like the one for the towers and then the ones on the different planets. I'm not sure I understand what I just read. Okay, where did it go? Alignment thingy. Where are you? Here you are. Where does it talk about... The Hourglass twins are so close together they function as a single astral body with a shared alignment point in between them. We were able to warp to Ember Twin. I thought the warp... There's 2, like, towers for Ember and Ash. And I feel like the warp thing on Ash was broken / there might not have been one on the ground because it's Ash. Like, why would you warp to Ash from Ash? My brain wants to think that, oh, that's where you warp into the center of Ash. But I don't think that's it. I don't know. I'm really cold. I'm gonna grab a hoodie. Unless somebody is waiting for a specific hoodie, I'm just gonna pick one. Yeah, all the notes, all the lore. Okay, of course Popsicle is not in here, but we're gonna write the rainbow one. Popsicle gets worn the most lately, and it's in the other room. Saraha, welcome in. It's good to see you. Another veteran of this game. We're trying to piece it together. I think the thing I'm most worried about right now is the fact that we're possibly running out of clues. No, running out of places to look for clues about the fish. I'm most worried about the fish. Because I'm afraid what's going to happen is we just have to trial and error Bramble a bunch of times to get through and to figure out what the system is. And I don't want to trial and error Bramble. Bramble's scary. We're going to have to do it without sound on. Because the jump scares are too unpleasant. We'll have to put some music on. That's my biggest worry right now. But we've got other stuff we can do. We don't have to go over there right now. Fishing minigame, right? Okay. We got to the Black Hole Forge. That was huge. We've been looking at that thing forever. We tried to parkour, jetpack up to it. We tried everything. So I'm so glad we got there. Now we have to maybe look at... Oh God, do we have to look at the south pole of Ash Twin now? I don't think so. Not, I mean, we could do it, but I don't know if that's what I want to do right now. I'm looking at my notes. Let's go back to quantum stuff, right? Let's go back to the Tower of Quantum. knowledge. And then maybe back to the lake bed cave to do the light trick again, because we didn't do the light trick correctly. Is there another cave that says that there's more to explore there? There's more to explore in the Hanging City? Oh, interesting. I missed something. Dang, I don't want to go back to the Hanging City. Where's lake bed cave? Okay, here's the caves. No, it doesn't say there's anything else in any of the other caves except for lake bed. How goes human life? Since I'm an alien, Kovsky, welcome in. We've been seeing a lot of alien life lately in this game, Kovsky. You'll fit right in. I didn't read anything like that, but I think Dora the Explorer said something similar. What sounds interesting to me, I think, is to go back, since we've been kind of chasing down, like, the warp towers for a long time, and we finally have a better understanding of them. I want to go back to quantum stuff. We haven't pursued the moon in a really long time. So let's do that. Should we do ship log prediction this time? I think that was vague enough as far as what my plan is. So glad I have a dentist appointment next week. Oh my gosh, CG. Good luck. Pursue the moon. Yeah. My fellow brothers and sisters will be happy to see me. Yeah, 2 minutes is good, TT. Maybe we'll eat another mallow. Maybe I'll read some more ship's log notes. Did I miss something that we added? I don't think so. Thank you for the posture check, CG. Appreciate it. Everybody posture check. I don't think I missed anything. Yeah, I want to leave Ash Twin Project alone for a bit. We do so much pondering over the Ash Twin Project. And I keep hitting a wall. Okay, you've got time to make your predictions. If I will add to the ship's log or not on this particular loop, vote now. And we'll go from there. I feel like I'm having to get up a lot today, but, you know, stretching is good. I'm gonna check the temperature. I don't know why it got so cold today. Maybe it got cold outside. I think it's just not that cold out, or not that hot out, and the AC is too strong. Anyways. Everything has to be perfect. It has to be exactly the right temperature, or it'll ruin my immersion. I'm kidding. Okay. A little bit of time left on that prediction. I'm gonna go ahead and launch while we're finishing up. Oh, thanks, Lazuli. Appreciate it. It's faded a lot. It's kind of this gray purple now, but I think I'm gonna let it turn gray and then we'll pick a different color. All right, 3, 2, 1, blast off. Let's go. Timber Hearth, Gravity, Orbit, whatever you want to call it. Fling me over to Brittle Hollow, please. Perfect. Beautiful. This is like the worst parking spot because we know it always disappears, but oop, 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 hang on. I ruined it. Okay, we saved it. Easy. Okay. Everything moves. Everything moves in this grove. Record your observation. The trees move. The trees and the rocks move. The shards move. Do we have a note about what the writing is on the top of this shard? I can't remember. Maybe we could go visit it again. Determine the atypical shard of rock is the reason objects in this grove are behaving in a quantum manner. The only other object we've observed displaying this quantum behavior is the wandering moon. In her note from earlier, Felix mentioned the strange type of rock isn't found elsewhere on Brittle Hollow. What if it originally isn't from this planet? Unique signals coming from the shard. This is like where we first learned about shards. Huh. Produces calling out from Giant's Deep, Timberhearth, Hourglass Twins. Quantum shard is from the Wandering Quantum Moon. Yeah, okay. Oop, I need to not look away and carefully jump off of this thing. Oh, so loud here. Is there anything else like on the ground in this area? It's just like the trees doing a big warp. Everything doing a big warp. And I don't like being on the surface here because you get all the really scary meteor noises. Alright, let's go down. JJ, how's it going? Welcome in. Okay. We've made progress. I don't know exactly what my plan is on this loop, but we gotta do something. Oh wait, can't we get a scout in there? We can, right? Also, doesn't the top of this kind of look like one of the warp towers almost? The way it's got the glass at the top. I think a lot of their stuff has glass though. Maybe not right now is not a good time, JJ. No, but I appreciate you looking for some help and support. Yeah, we do have a streamer channel in the streaming topics channel in the Discord if you're interested in that. Thanks, TT. Oop, that was loud. What does this one do? I think down there is one of the broken launch tube things. I don't know that it's broken, but I don't think that's where I want to go. Okay, so it does not fit through that hole. It's tiny. I don't know why it tells you to try. We can go back up to the top and try again. Because I think you can launch one from above it. Stopping by to say hello before getting back to work. Enjoying your time in space and don't take death too hard. It will happen again in 23 minutes. Carl, how's it going? Thanks for popping in. I know, I'll try not to be too hard on myself. It's inevitable. This almost looks like... Well, I don't know. Does this have explanations for the trials too? Oh, we can fit one through there. Surface integrity, 44%! We're about to lose the tower! But I didn't have time to look at all the things I want to look at. Oh, is this us? The wind got so intense too. Where did this land? It looks like it goes down infinitely, but I wonder if each level gives you like instructions for one of the trials. There's a plant, there's like All the planet symbols, the eye of the universe symbol. Weird. Oh, it moved. The quantum moon one moved. Ooh, what's that? Space, aka my home. Is that the bottom where... Yeah, that's the bottom where we can get to, but we can't get back up. Those things are moving. The quantum moon one is moving. I'm afraid for our ship, but I'm gonna keep going. Here we go. I took all the pictures I think I wanted to take. We tried it another time, like hopping out of the elevator early, or I guess I pondered that another time. But I think if you hop out of the elevator, you just end up, you know, in the black hole per usual. Yikes. I'm trying to peek around the corner there. You see that? Is that a spot to get in? Oh, goodness. Oh, you're the worst, Brittle Hollow. I don't think it's a spot to get in. I think it's just this, yeah, you can see, like, that you can land here. I could have jumped to this ledge from up there, probably, had I wanted to. Be welcomed. Above you stands a tower. If you're making your first pilgrimage, ascend the stairs. Don't understand. Can we launch a scout upwards? Yeah. It's me. I just... What was that noise? Did you hear that? Brittle Hollow makes the weirdest noises. I think it's stuff falling into the black hole. Glimpsing Hollow's lantern through the hole surface is my favorite. Yeah, that was cool. And the more time passes, the more chunks fall down in. I can't believe... Oh. How much more we have left of... Hanging City and some of the stuff that I thought we were done with. You know what I kind of want to do? If this thing falls into space, does this whole tower eventually fall into space? Because we know our ship ends up going bye-bye when we park here. If we heard the same noise, I don't know what it was. I think it's just stuff going into the black hole. I should probably grab oxygen before this, but I don't know how much time we have. Chunks of land. Huh. What's the surface integrity here? It's 44%. If I miss this, I'm gonna be bummed, but I'm also gonna be bummed if we get to it and then we run out of air. Because then it's a waste. Well, it's never a waste of a loop, but, you know. I also don't know that the whole thing will stay attached, or if it's just like one chunk that disappears because, oh, trees detected. Okay, nice. I'll take it. Ship is still good. Thank you, trees. Yeah. Big thank you to trees. It still looks like there's a tiny gap there. Right there. Do you think we could get out onto that? But is it aligned with anything else? Is there another gap in the side of the tower? I don't think there's another gap in the side of the tower. Yay trees, boo cactus. Yeah. So many cactus casualties. Oh, there comes the fireball. So much pondering. Is it still 44%? Mm-hmm. Where is this thing? I feel like we've tried this. Oh, wow. That is cool, seeing the quantum moon through the center there. Holy moly! It's fine. Everything's fine. The worst that can happen is we fall forward onto this same platform, right? Oops. Yeah, no, that's not a gap. Is there a gap on one of the other sides? Oh, I'm tempted to look around for one, but I think I could use a scout to do that. I don't think so. I think there's just these arches along the bottom part, and then above that I think it's all solid. I guess I could try to check it out. It's all solid. Surface integrity up there is only 22%. So do you think we need to be on the bottom of this thing or the top of this thing? I don't know. All I know is the closer we get to the end of this loop, our ship is gonna fly away and go on a journey. But I don't know when it happens, unless it's at the very end. But then if it's really close to the end, we won't have any time to read anything anyways, so I thought it would happen sooner than this. Yeah, ship goes into space, exactly. Dang, that is loud. Oh, here we go, we're falling. It kicked me off of it. Does it just break into bits? There's the ship. Here's some stuff. Here's the top of it. Trees detected. Ooh, the shard is still out here. That's cool. Okay, yeah, we can do this, right? Oh, not if I can't see where I'm going. I don't know what I keep bumping into, but it's just a light tap. It's fine. Okay. Go back. We're gonna run out of fuel if we don't do this right. I'm struggling. I need something to walk on. Here, this. Go. Yo, we did it. Okay, let's explore. Is there anything to read? Is it all gone? Oh, there's a scroll. They make this so tricky. Oh, there's a projection pool below us too that we missed. But I love that they give you, oxygen. But not fuel. Okay, this level. Let's go. Oh, weird. We're gonna be sideways this whole time because there's no, what? Gravity rock thing. Scroll does not fit. Yeah, okay, because that's not a wall with a scroll. This is for a projection pool. My bad. Let's go. Let's go up to the top. I'm afraid for our lack of fuel, though. Okay, go down, please. Here. Oh, this is gonna just float around? Can I put it down somewhere? No, I messed it up. Equip translator, come on. No, equip translator. Welcome, your arrival here means you've completed your preparations on Giant's Deep and are ready to depart for Quantum Moon. Please. On your pilgrimage, the Quantum Moon will carry you just as it carried me and many in our clan before me to the moon's 6th and most secret location. You'll be aided in your pilgrimage by the shrine our clan built on the Quantum Moon, but remember this final rule: to explore the 6th location, the shrine must be on the moon's north pole. Okay, I better hope that it writes that down. Be curious on your journey. Okay. Can I get you out of here? No. Damn it. I messed up. How do I put you down? Oh, here's an empty one. They accounted for this. If you're here to make your first pilgrimage to the Quantum Moon, you're almost prepared to set out on the deeply significant journey. Before you do, pause and remember your history. We make this journey not only for ourselves, but also to honor the members of our clan who came before us. This is really difficult. Please, please let me just stand still while we're reading. Those who, after the crash that brought them to the star system, became stranded on Brittle Hollow and on Ember Twin, with no communication between the two groups of survivors. Come on. The Nomai looked upward from 2 different planets and saw the same wandering moon visiting their skies. It was this moon, the Quantum Moon, that kept the curiosity alive during the period of hardship. That's cool. After the 2 divided groups were able to reunite, it became our clan's united goal to find and visit the Quantum Moon. This took time, and many Nomai who dreamed of seeing Quantum Moon died before we discover how to make the journey. When you reach it, recall the Nomai and carry their curiosity onward with you. I think I guess yeah, I'll take the mechanic tip now, but I think I was just winging it. Love the Nomai, yes. So there's a projection pool. I didn't see a projection stone. It doesn't mean there wasn't one. This is cool. Very cool. Oop, here's our music too. There's a controller button for roll. Oh yeah! I never remember to use it. This is kind of cool though. Look, we're upside down. Well, not really. What's up, what's down, you know? Oh, okay, well. Do you think we'll die by running out of oxygen or by the supernova? Yeah, I don't know if there was a projection stone here. It might tell me that there was more to do here. It might be really well hidden, like floating someplace. Or it might have floated out when we went 0G, who knows? Are these gonna tell us about the Quantum Moon? Is there a projection stone for the Quantum Moon? Or are these for Brittle Hollow? I think they're marked with Brittle Hollow because we're on Brittle Hollow. But we know there's a symbol for the Quantum Moon. We've seen it. on the detector thing. There it is, that symbol. Do we think there's a projection stone with that symbol on it?
Well done.
The fall through the black hole thing? Oh, thanks, Bonin. Thanks for the well done as well, Wolf. We're, we have air again because we got back up to the trees here. I missed a lot of chat, but I was trying to completely explore this area before we couldn't anymore. It's gonna take us a little bit longer to get out here, but not really. Okay, so yay, progress. I know, TT, you stepped away for a second, but we got into the tower. That's so... Stepped away for a second and Jen finished the game. Oh my gosh. So it was really helpful that we've landed there a bunch. We've landed on that same spot so many times, and every time we did it, we started being like, bye ship, goodbye ship, and we would notice when it leaves. So that helped clue me into how to get in there. Guess I'll be back later for the game. Thanks, friends. Thanks for the hype. Gotta go nice to catch a bit of this. Thanks, Saraha. Yeah, I'm glad you got to see some. Have a good evening. Take care. I want to tab out really quick and see if I miss. I was stuck on this tower for the longest time. Big Rain moved to solve it so quickly. Thanks, friends. I always forget to. Yeah, thanks for the roll tip as well. I never remember to do that. Be curious on your journey. Oh, this game. All right, we had a prediction going, right? We did add to our ship's log, and we died to the supernova. Oh my gosh. We've been going for 3 hours. Match velocity is helpful for reading in 0G. I was trying to match velocity, but I don't know what I was locked on. I certainly wasn't locked on to the scrolls that I was trying to read. Mallow. Now I'm suspicious of everything. What is this tower modeled after? What is this purple light? They made all their stuff based off of Nomai technology. I'm gonna take a quick water break, and then we'll go read the ship's log. The progress has been furious this stream, because we had so many leads last time leaving off. It might start to slow down now. Although, I think we do have to go back to Lake Bed Cave and try what I described. Look at there too. There's a glowy thing that looks just like the one on Ash Twin. Okay, so the Nomai built a shrine on the Quantum Moon to aid in the pilgrimage to its 6th location. Remember this final rule: to explore the 6th location, the shrine must be on the moon's north pole. Okay. The pilgrimage to the Quantum Moon was a deeply significant journey for the Nomai. After the 2 groups of Nomai stranded on Ember Twin and Brittle Hollow were reunited, it became their united goal to find and visit the Quantum Moon. That's so special. Okay, we didn't add to this entry, right? But we added shrine. Built a shrine on the Quantum Moon to aid the pilgrimage in its 6th location. And the shrine moves around, so we have to, like, once we get there, you know, do some of this look the wrong way, look the right way, turn off the lights, turn on the lights, all that we've learned. The Quantum Moon sometimes disappears, possibly to an Unknown 6th location. Many nomai went on a pilgrimage during which the quantum moon carried them to its 6th and most secret location. To explore the 6th location, the shrine on the quantum moon must be on the moon's north pole. And then we haven't finished this, but when we got to the tower, it said, oh, congratulations, you must have finished the trials. But we didn't finish the trials. So I wonder if I'm assuming we still need to go back and finish them, but I don't know if I was supposed to do that in a different order. Mom, welcome in. How's it going? Hello, hello. All right. I think we'll skip the prediction on this loop. I think I'm gonna go back to Lake Bed Cave. I don't want to, but I think we have to. 3, 2, 1. You know, it would be interesting if we eventually get our act together and learn how to use the, oops. That was weird. The Timber Hearth, warp. If we don't even have to blast off, we could just like walk over to the warp, but I don't think we could do that. I don't think it works, because I think the one on Timber Hearth, or the tower for Timber Hearth on Ash Twin was broken. Oops, we want Ember Twin, not Ash Twin. Eek. Alright, there we go. Let's go find Chert. Where's our good pal, Chert? There he is. Or rather, there they are. Nope, that's definitely not Chert. I saw the little trees and I thought that was it. Whoopsies. Other side. There's our parking spot. Nope, go this way, go this way, go this way. Arrest our stop? Hello? Oh well. Good enough. We didn't get to park as close that time. It's okay. This part's scary. I'm not excited to do this again. Alright. At least we know what we're capable of. Bonk, bonk, bonk. Let's go. Wait, this is the wrong one. We're dead. Is it already full? Were we that slow? Is there more than one down here? We were just that slow? Dang. Or did I misread? That's definitely squish territory. I did not think... I did not think we were that speedy. When I... Okay, clip into the staircase, that's fine. When we did that before, like I thought we had a little bit of wiggle room. Excuse me? Why can I not walk up the staircase? What? This staircase is so broken. Well, okay, it's fine. We don't need staircases. Rude stairs. Dang. Okay, so what do we do with our loop now? That completely ruins my entire plan for this loop. Fine. Quantum staircase. Yeah, you're right. I feel like this whole lake bed is very weirdly colored and very disorienting. Everything's sort of this misty purple. Well, we can go say hi to Chert. Not my most graceful trip. We can eat a quick mallow. What? Something's super broken. It's not registering the trees. It's not letting me eat a mallow. It's not letting me talk to Chert. I think I glitched it. I broke the game. Can we get back in our ship? It borked. It looks weird for sure. It almost looked like we were floating for a second there. Okay, well, maybe we wouldn't have died in the cave that time, right? We could just glitch through everything. Let's see if we can get in our ship and get out of here and get air. We can get oxygen from the ship. Okay, cool. So then, now what do we do with this loop? Do we go to the trials? Do we go all the way to Giant's Deep? I guess. We can try. I think we have enough time to do that. We don't have a ton of time. Well, we just don't have a full, you know, a full thing. Let's not launch into the sun, though. Okay. Oh yeah, we need to do the prediction. We did add to the log if TT can... I think TT stepped away for a minute when we finished. Jacob, how's it going? Welcome in. Don't add to the ship log. I think that was for last round, yeah. I way overshot so much. Okay, thanks TT. We got it. We got it. Oh, it's okay. I know that we can also end it by like preemptively ending the cycle, but I want to try to make use of this loop and do something. There's still plenty to do. I just don't know if we'll have enough time to get anywhere, but that's okay. Keep gambling till I win back my losses. Nice. It's already super dark here too. Let's just go. Alright, gotta find the big one. Kaz, how's it going? Welcome in. Scared, just be careful of like, oh, you could do this, because that's kind of telling me what to do next in the game. I think that's why the mods bopped your message. It's no big deal. Just, wait and let me make the decision of where we're gonna go next, you know? Or if I want to end the loop myself early, then yeah, I could do that. I forget how to do this. Can we like plop back in? Yeah. Kind of do an up and over. Is there something up here? What's that? Can I fit in here? Kinda. Sideways. It's fine. Totally fine. Where does this go? Don't get stuck. Yeah, 10 out of 10 parking job. Let's go. Just lurky-looing and doing crossword and watching out for space fish. Yeah, we are not planning on seeing the space fish today. But, we shall see. Okay, we've done this before. This is where it starts. So, I guess we jump right in. And then we have to remember what we did. 15 minutes before the meter cop comes to ticket you, yeah. There's usually, there's instructions, right? Seek the Wandering Arch, yeah. Okay, okay. I forgot that you can jump in this area. I completely forgot that was a thing. Go, go, go. Hello? And then we have to go... I think we're good to go down here. Yep, this is where we got stuck. The lightning, or the thunder rather, both of them are so intense. This one says, observing an image of a quantum object, they're the same. That's right. That's right. Oh. That has like a mark on it. Is that always in the same spot? Oh, maybe. It might always be in the same spot. And an image of a... Yeah, with this one we were never able to figure out. I guess I'm glad we came back here. The thunder hears a mood. An image of a quantum object. Image. What happens if we turn our light off and on? There's a ton of torches in here, so my theory about doing stuff with the torches was off. Is there a spot on one of these other walls where it looks like there's an arch? Observing it and... This just gives us all the other shards. This one still has me stumped. I don't know. We don't have enough... I feel like we don't have enough info. What if we just keep standing here until it's behind us? Is that a thing? Did we try that? I don't know that it can appear while we're standing up on one of these ledges though, right? What if we do this? Doop 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 doop. I don't think that works. Does this area behind me change when I'm standing on it at all? What about if we're standing on the staircase? This thing's gonna disappear. Now there's a tree. And I remember trying to figure out, is this always across from something in particular? Now there's a tree. Wait, okay, there's a tree, right? Across old bark, it's always dark, the quiet shade in the ancient glade. I don't know if the tree has anything to do with anything. Old bark. Yeah, the game's pretty open world. You can go anywhere you want right from the beginning. There's literally no specific order of clues that you have to do. It's just you probably won't be able to find clues if you don't find the other hints first. But I don't know. Everybody said their paths have been very different, so You only need to know how to get there. Okay, this isn't helping. This isn't working. That's Storm. But the tree's still here. Is it because I'm standing in this little hallway? But that tablet was disappearing, and now it's here. I do not know. I do not know. Very odd indeed. And now it's gone. Oh, goodness. Mist-like, yeah. If you like Mist, would you like this game? Yeah, definitely Mist-like. Mist and Majora's Mask combined. I'd liken it to exploring a jigsaw puzzle in any order. Sometimes you need context for some pieces, but there's a lot of starting points to build from that people could choose differently. Yeah. The Whistness. One of the closest games to Myst, but with slightly more platforming than a point and click, yeah. And slightly more death. Although, can you die in Myst? You could die in Riven, right? But it wasn't super common? I actually don't remember. It's been too long. Cross old bark. It's always dark. Just watering the plants, don't mind me. There's a shard up there. Do you want to hang out with it? An image of a quantum object. So this is a quantum object, this is a quantum object, this is a quantum object. I just don't get it. Oh, yes I do. I accidentally hit my camera button. So... Huh. Now what? Does this take us backwards? Is this one we already did? Weird. Oh, it's new. New clue, new clue. Gimme. Arch and the crystal do not naturally meet. I gotta pause because we made it to another section. Platforming detective puzzle game is the best summary. Yeah, it may seem odd, but platforming is such a surprisingly large aspect. Yes, and potential.
Yay.
Hurdle, thanks for the yay. Thanks for the hype. We did it. Good job is not one of them, but it's okay. It should be. I gotta pause because I don't want to lose this, but I feel like we're gonna have to come back and do it again. Read this again, Jen. Oh, shoot. Of course. The arch and the crystal do not naturally meet. So this is gonna tell us if you see the crystal, then you know you're not gonna be able to walk up to the arch. So I can like back onto the crystal perhaps? Oh, but they don't naturally meet. Oh. And you can't just do this for a platform you're currently on. Although I wish we could. More puzzle, yeah. Do not naturally meet. What does that mean? Oh, that was cool. So then, do we have to... Don't answer this. Do we have to... I want to get it because I know we don't have a full cycle, but we can always come back. We know how to do the other levels, and we didn't start with a full cycle. I I feel like it has to do something with while you're walking up there. And if you see the crystal, then, like, you know which one the arch might be on. But as soon as you look away... Oh, this is weird. Okay, how do I do this? If I step on this... And then... See, I feel like doing this is supposed to work, but it doesn't. Hi, Leon, thanks. Yeah, those are all of our sound redemptions. You can use channel points to unlock those. Or not channel points, I'm sorry, Streamlabs points. Crystal, please. I need you to cooperate. Thank you. It's so weird. And I'm assuming it's not the same scout puzzle, right? Oh, there's an arch. Oh my gosh, that one always scares me. Number, how's it going? Welcome in. My best. Yeah. Oh man. Ooh, there's our music. Dang. It's not gonna stay. Oh, it doesn't disappear while the camera's looking at it. That's right. So, do the crystals not disappear while the camera's looking at them? But the gate could still appear there, perhaps? I don't think it has to do with cameras back to back like that. That would be cool, though. I wonder if there's a way to get both of them. No, I'm not sure. Just keep spinning around and see if it appears behind us. I know that's not the answer. I wish it was. It's like one cycle for every new section of this puzzle. Can I get this over there from here? No. Oh, rip. This game does have a little bit of scary parts, Number. It has some really scary fish and some really scary noises. Like, there's meteors falling on some of the planets and it'll just all of a sudden you'll hear one fall near you. Yeah. I know. We're in the tower. Willie, this is our second trip to the tower, and we made more progress this time, but now we're stuck on this one. Also, welcome, and it's good to see you. Anybody just popping in? Welcome. We're glad to have you here. We're about to die in Heckfire, yeah. Third time's a charm. I don't know what to do with that one. We just sort of stumbled upon the answer for that other one. Cannot naturally meet. They can artificially meet? I don't know. Some of them are accidental, coincidental, but there's particularly spooky creature. Yes. Yes, there is. All right, Mallow time. Relax. Eat a mallow. Nom 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 nom. Different people get scared by different planets depending on their specific phobias. That too, exactly, Interruptus, yeah. Like, I don't love Brittle Hollow because of the things that are constantly crumbling and falling, and there's stuff, like, flying down. Ash is fine. Ember is only scary when you go in the caves themselves. right? Because of the squish factor. Oh, I guess we're not going to, speaking of Ember, I guess we're not going there because I'm just chatting it up. Yeah, it really depends. Good thing there are no spiders, yeah. Scary and funny for quantum rocks. Yeah, that too. Definitely seen people get spooked at parts of the game that are not intended to be spoopy, but it's understandable. Fear of open water, yes, yes, definitely. All right, let's see if we got stuff. I don't think we added anything. We just got one layer further. So anybody that wants to see the the ship log, this is how it's looking. Still plenty of question marks. The biggest being now Quantum Moon, Ash Twin Project, Vessel, and Feldspar. And Escape Pod 3, which I'm avoiding. I'm avoiding Feldspar and Escape Pod 3. Ship log is looking great. I'm definitely a Gabbro. I find the water soothing. Oh my gosh. Okay. Should we go back then and have longer to work on that particular puzzle? What else did I want to do today? We could abandon that project and go to the Interloper again? Oh, man. I'm looking at my notes. Love this view of the ship log being the detective corkboard. Yes, with the string. Sand caves are nightmare fuel. Oh, and the thing we just saw for the first time today that I first noticed, because we might have seen it before, I never noticed, the skeleton thing, that was really creepy. Not jump scare, but like weird vibes. We could go back to the South Pole Tower. I don't want to do that. Oh, man. Should we take a stream break? Should we step away for a little bit? I took a quick one earlier, but I haven't had a stream snack yet. Ditto on the water. I'm glad that Giant's Deep didn't trigger much water concerns for me. Then again, I did well with Subnautica as long as the ground was within view. Yeah. That's important too. Giant's Deep doesn't really have a ground beneath you for some of it. Okay, I think we will actually take a quick break because I'm not sure what I want to do next. We'll probably just do the Supernova poll or prediction. If you all don't mind. That's our favorite. That's our go-to. Stretch time. Yes, exactly. And then we'll come back and pick another path to go down. Figure out what we want to do. Thank you. Thank you, mods. Appreciate you. We will be back in a little bit. See you soon. Hello, humans. The touch control on these things is so sensitive. I paused the music 6 times on accident. Welcome back. I hope you had a good break. We will get started. I hope you stretch your bodies and your brains. This is the screen I want. Hello. Silva, welcome in. You came in on our break there. I see you. How's everyone feeling? Are we ready for more intense puzzling? I didn't have any epiphanies this time on break. Nothing came to me while I was eating my snack. Stretched my mouth and ate a lemon square. Oh, that sounds so good. Tiger Moth, what's up? Welcome in. Thank you for the raid. Hi, friends. Cryjo, Caswell. Hello, how's it going? How's Red Dead Redemption going? We have gotten so much done today in this game. We've seen so many new things. Very good. I'm glad. Thank you for the shout out for Tiger Moth. I really appreciate it. Please go check out her stream. Send the love. Send the support on over. Bony Macaroni, thank you for the follow. Thanks for supporting a fellow human. At this point, you already know. I know, Caswell. I'm sorry. If you haven't played this game, there's a lot of spoilers. We're pretty far into it. But thanks for coming in on the raid. I'm Jen the Human. I do wholesome and peaceful gaming and space exploration. And we are loving Outer Wilds again over here. It's so good. We learned a little bit more about the Nomai today and their pilgrimage to the moon. The quantum moon, which is very cool. I'm vibing. Pulled over earlier for a broken brake light. Oh man, that stinks. I hope it was just kind of like a, hey, your brake light's broken, go fix it, right? Mihan, welcome in. It's good to see you. Magic trick disappear to avoid spoilers. Yeah, exactly. You guys hyped it, so I'll try it this summer after finals. Ooh, I hope so. Let us know if you like it. I'll have to pop over and or I'll have to ask you how it goes if you end up playing it. It was a fix-it, luckily not a ticket. Okay, cool. Well, we're gonna start up again. We just came back from break. Perfect timing. I was looking at the ship log, and then we got up for a snack, so we will jump back in. I think this loop, we are just gonna go back to the same thing, but we have the entire loop to spend on it. And then next loop, everyone has the right to spam the heck out of chat and say, Jen, go quick to Ember Twin. Because if I stand too long and have our mallow and talk, then we miss it. We have to go really, really fast to Ember Twin after this loop. Okay, I'm ready now. 3, 2, 1, liftoff. Good liftoff. And now we're going to... Oh yeah, where's Giant's Deep when we launch? It's back here, right? Yep. Got it? Okay, thank you. Fasten seatbelt. Good, good. Buckle in. Oh, we don't have that one, TT, but yes. Drive wildly towards Giant's Deep. And then the next, this one, we don't really have to rush over here. It just gives me more time to ponder and scratch my head at this problem. But, the next one after this, yeah. Just a mindset, yes, exactly. Okay, I actually don't know if it's on one of the poles. I'm assuming it is. I've never paid attention. Let's not launch ourselves past the planet, though. Okay, Jen? What if we plunge into it and we hit the tower? Okay, that was weird. That really had me disoriented. Oh, yep. That's exactly what can happen. Alright, let's just do this the normal way. Oop. Nope, nope, nope. Go over here. There we go. That was silly. Let's go. I forget how long the walk up here is. Did it take us a long time? I can't remember. Also, what's over here? Oh, I remember seeing this. And not knowing what it was or what to do. Is it just water? Oh, that's super cool. Okay, interesting. Maybe that's where it spits you out when you're done. Yeah, last time we parked on the staircase. I don't think I'll do that again, but it was a nice little shortcut, I guess. I don't know. I don't know. We'll walk. We'll take the scenic route. The world's longest hallway. I remember the hallway. Okay. Yeah, we parked right here. It's the perfect parking spot. What do you mean? Remember the first time I saw one of these purple things on Timber Hearth? The one that's behind the waterfall that's in the mine? And I was like, beam us up, abduct me! And now we're very used to them. Okay. Round 1. Let me just do some of this. Ready, go. Round 2. I think that's it. We just jump. We have to not jump when it's not the correct thing below us, I think. Actually, I don't know. Is there a clue on this one, or there's just a shard on this one? Ooh. Ooh. Okay. Let's just go. Let's just go. We got this. I'm wasting time. Okay, and then we take a picture. No, not like that. Does that count? Yeah, that counts. Stay there. Stay there, Arch. Okay. Now we go... Wait. Oh, did we mess up? We did. You have to look down and make sure you're going into the right thing. Okay. Oh no, there might just be another layer between those. Wait, now they're both there. How did that happen? Oh, is that enough of a view of the arch for it to stay put? Is this wrong? Are we not? But is it gonna go away when I walk up this? I don't know if that was right. And we get another one of these. Oh, this looks different. How did we get that? I'm curious. I'll have to maybe ask you afterwards. Don't answer it yet, but this is the last one, but we made it harder. The crystals are all quantum, right? Yeah. And then there's a thing in the middle. Do we have to put cameras by different parts of the wall, maybe? I don't know. Oh, let's recall this one. Ooh, that'll keep both of those in place. But I don't think they're close enough together. Oh, but now I need another one up top. Okay, well this one I'm staring at, so it's not gonna go away. And now this one I'm staring at. So it's not gonna go away. Okay, hang on. I'm trying to do this in a smart manner. Nope, I didn't do it in a smart manner. I didn't take a picture. Okay. Take a picture of the crystal. Whoops. Jen, you got this. Oh, but now both of them are in view. Man, I had it set up and I ruined it. Okay, hang on. We just want this one. And we want the other one to go away. Okay, there. But now, are they both in view? I'm not looking at this one. Oh, shoot. Okay, go back down. Now I'm looking at this one. So can we get them both in view? Yeah. Okay. And now there's an arch over there. But now it's by us. Here. Don't go away. Stay there. I want to look around. That's so cool. We need to learn. We need to use that for so many things now with this camera. Right? So interesting. Where does this go? I'm going to jump down. Oh, fancy. Stuff to read on the wall. We offer our congratulations. You've learned the rule of quantum imaging. Take this knowledge with you on the remainder of your quantum pilgrimage. Remember, the other quantum shards have other lessons to teach.
This is a job for a human. One who's tough, but also empathetic. And has a
big heart. Thank you, Wolf, for the 100 bits. I appreciate it. For science. Science hype. Thanks for the hype. Oh my gosh, this is cool. I love that the image for that bit alert is, there's two of them that rotate, but one of them is Finn in a spacesuit. It's perfect. Let's go. Our curiosity goes with you on your journey. You walk in the footsteps of those who came before you, and your path guides those who will follow later. Ship log updated. So I don't know that we had to finish the trials, but we learned how to do the imaging a little bit better than we were before. But where is it now? Behind the wall.
Yay!
Yay! Thank you, Semi-Cortex, for that sound alert. Is there anything else we should be doing in this room? I don't think so. I guess we'll just go down. Does this land us in the water? Yep. That's the exit. Island shard. Just gotta keep an eye on it. Yeah, seriously. Alright. Quantum certificate. Oh, I thought you meant the shard. You meant the certificate. Yeah. I can't ever look away. I don't want to lose it. My certification. Alright. We've got so much knowledge now. I guess let's go. Can we stand on this? Does this take us anywhere? No. Okay, get out of the water. No more going for a swim. This finally explains John Cena. Knowing is half the battle. Let's go read the ship's log and see if it tells us that there's more to do here. Quantum trials. The rule of quantum imaging. Remember, the other quantum shards have other lessons to teach. Oh. Weird. So, there's one on Timber Hearth. There's one on Brittle Hollow. There's one in the caves, which teaches us about the light. There's one in... well, lake bed caves, quantum caves. That's all the same shard. There's the quantum moon, like the imaging detector thing that spins around when it's at its 6th location. Interesting. Okay, but it does say we got everything here, at least for now. Dang, what do we do next? Do we have to go back to lake bed? We do. I said we were gonna go back to lake bed. So what do we want to do with the rest of this particular cycle? Go to Bramble and experiment to kill some time. 3, 2, 1, blast off. Did we ever see what was on the top of this tower? Oh, nothing. I mean, it's pretty. There we go. Goodbye, Giant Steep. I don't know how much time we have left. We could do a quick bramble jaunt if we really wanted to. I don't want to. Bramble's too scary. What's something... could we go... oh, we looked at the quantum shard on, Timber Hearth again. We went back there. We could go back again. Can we go? Do we have enough to go to the quantum moon, though? Because we made it to the Tower of Quantum Knowledge. It's right here. Can we take a picture of it first to land? Is that what we have to do? That I'm not sure. No, because we can look at it with the landing camera. All the baby ducks, send them to the moon. What's going on? Welcome in. I haven't thought about that line in such a long time. I used to love Regular Show. Alright, let's try throwing a scout. Well, maybe get a little closer. Maybe just orbit the moon. Ooh, it doesn't work like that. Okay, okay, okay. It's fun. Weird. We can't do it. Can we do this? Or does it disappear when we go to the landing cam? Yeah, it disappears. We don't have enough knowledge. We gotta try some things out. Do I want to go to Brittle Hollow? Is this the one that has a moon detecting thingy-majig? I gotta watch out for a lantern. I feel like I'm safe from it for the moment, maybe? Oh, I remembered the next line of that. Isn't it soda machine that doesn't work? Send it to the moon. They just start listing a bunch of stuff. The power, the one where they have that keyboard or keytar that has powers. Oh, this isn't where I want to be. Okay, Brittle Hollow has a way of, you know, sucking us into it since it has a giant gaping black hole. I definitely thought one of those detecting things was here, but maybe it's only, there's just the one on Timber Hearth and Ember Twin? We could go to the cannon real quick. We could get an achievement real quick. Do we want to do that? How's my flying? These are sometimes very annoying. There we go. Nope. Don't bonk. Don't bonk. Oh, I thought I tapped the unbuckle button. I was like, can we not get out? We have used the smallest amount of fuel ever. Brittle Hollow is so pretty when it's not scary. It's always scary. Achievement time! We haven't done this yet. Where's the launcher? Sorry, ship. You're going on a journey. Is it down or up? Of course, we're gonna lose the cannon in a minute, so we might not have time. I might have come just at the wrong moment. I think we're gonna fall in. Ready, 3, 2, 1, go. Wait, that recalls the other one. I forgot it went to the left, not the right. Go, ship, go. Can I still launch you? It's like twirling around up there. What just happened? We got an update to our ship log, but I don't even know what I just did. Yeah, that should be its own achievement, Canon Chaos. Well, how did that update the ship's log? Why? What happens if I jump on this thing too? That was so silly. I'm dying of laughter. I definitely was like, okay, to the right is the one that launches. Let's do it. And I was very wrong. Whee! Let's go catch up to our ship. I don't even know where our ship is. Is it not in existence anymore? Our scout is over here. Our ship is just gone. Well, that was fun. Do we get an achievement for launching ourselves out of the cannon? Does the black hole... Are we close enough that the black hole eventually pulls us back in? I don't know that we're close enough. We can try. We can try to get close enough to... No, maybe we're getting closer, right? Yeah. We'll totally black hole this before we run out of oxygen. Oops, something big just fell in there. Oh, and here's our supernova. Look at that. Perfect timing, because we're doomed anyway. Oh, the sun's pulling us in now, not the black hole. Oh, now the black hole is. It like snapped to the black hole. Interesting. Yeah, I don't know what happened to our ship. This is our second one of the day where we watched the end of the world from out here, right? I'm just gonna wait it out. We don't need to go into,
The crazy 88.
we don't need to go into Whitehole Station right now, I don't think. Wolf, thank you for the 88 bits. Thank you for cheering for humanity. I appreciate it. TT, thanks for the clip as well. I don't know what happened to our ship. Sleepy Bear MC, thank you for the follow. Thanks for supporting a fellow human. Welcome in. I'm glad you all got to see me destroy my ship. Oh my gosh. I think it exploded.
1111, make a wish.
Thanks for the 11 bits. Thank you. I appreciate it. I need to adjust some of the volumes on those alerts. Yeah, ship stopped existing. Goodbye, world. And for the 1 bit, thanks for cheering for humanity. To think some people never explode their ship in this game. They're missing out, yeah. Bonin. Poor ship. It's okay. It was fun to try to get the achievement and then fail. The ship went boom. We tried to launch it out of a cannon and then I went the wrong way with the controls and instead we recalled the other ship and the 2 ships collided. Straight to Lake Bed Cave. Thank you, Semi-Cortex. Yes. Straight to Lake Bed. Do we still have a prediction going? What was our prediction? I don't know what it was. I thought I forgot to do one last time, but now I'm seeing people with the prediction points next to their names. We are still going to eat a mallow, but then we're going straight to Ember Twin. A really not very well toasted mallow. Go, go, go. Do you think we can still read the ship's log though because it pauses, right? It was Supernova? Oh, we did survive to the Supernova. Ship log updated. Did it finally get rid of the rest of the frozen shuttle thing? Oh, here. A huge cylindrical structure that generates a strong upward gravity field. Well, yeah, we knew that. Okay, whatever. Oh, it's okay, Wolf. You're good. Up at top left? Wait, what did I ask? Okay, let's go. Let's go, 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 go. Three, 2, 1, blast off. We better get this. We gotta do this. Look how different of a spot they're in. Okay. The sun always looks so weird in the beginning. Like, oh, what is that nice, tame, calm, orange, you know, sphere? It's fine. Everything's fine. Okay, we gotta go to... It's up, right? Yeah, there's the parking spot. Ooh! Okay, go, 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 go. This is a harder landing, but it's fine. Whew. I'm worried about going down here too fast. Just the landing of it all, but I think you just gotta go. Okay, this section. This is scary times. Because we don't know. I don't know the paths. I don't have them memorized. Okay, that's a no. That's a no. And this is not quantum yet. I remember this little narrow one. Yeah. Okay. Sand. As we get closer is when it turns quantum, right? Hello? Okay, that was weird. This is the part where the camera's so dark too. Whew. With the mazes, they just are annoying, but we're pretty okay with sense of direction. Oh, no, no, no! I was trying to finesse it and I ruined it. I thought there was something to land on there too, but there's not. Lakebed cave runs have a frenetic energy. Yeah, they're just because of this room. Because it's so, like, you think you get good at jetpacking. I could do without all the sand here. You know? Like, my platforming is okay, but it's not that good. I didn't get enough height. I don't know why either. God, Sand caves were the most terrifying. Pet Rock, how's it going? Welcome in. The squish factor is really scary. This room is just the most annoying, like, platforming ever. And there's so much pressure to do it right, so we don't have to do another loop. And I don't like that. I really don't. I could just do without it. Spelunker, yeah. Got some chocolate? Nice, Silva. That sounds so good. Okay, that was good. This one, I need more height. Okay, good, good, good. Now land. Nope, shit. Fuck. No. F-bomb for the day. Calm. Focus. It's fine. We can do this. I think I hit something. It's fine. And then, I don't know if I need to land on that smaller one to get to that big one, but we can. It's been nearly a year since my playthrough. Oh, nice! Trying to gradually forget the game so I can play it again. Yes! Speaking of chocolate, I have a bag of different chocolate covered, ooh, macadamia nuts. That sounds really good. I'm afraid this one is just gonna poke us with spikes. Oopsies. That was not graceful at all. Okay. Okay, 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 okay. Watch out for the spikes! Got it. Now we go into quantum section, right? Yeah. Whew. Breathing, breathing, breathing. Everything's fine. Everything's fine. We're gonna have trees up ahead. We wish the cactus plants gave us oxygen, but they don't. It's fine. I don't remember having this little jump up right there. Maybe there's multiple paths to get in. Nope. Okay, we did it. We're here. Yay. Watch out for the creepy skeletons. Pay no attention to them. It's totally fine. Alright, let's go stand on a rock. Ready? Nothing. Damn it. Three minutes oxygen. Oh, it didn't refill all the way. Whoops. Oh, it did transport us. Cool. Oh, I didn't even look around. I was expecting it to take us. I don't know where I was expecting it to take us. Come back. I want to stand on you again. Gosh darn it. Okay. Where's the one with the oxygen? Wait, so is one of these a new spot that we haven't been yet? Like where, what cave is this? Ooh. How curious, this rock took me to a new location. I wonder why this happened. Curious, but also alarming, this new cave appears to lack an entrance or exit. Also, the rock that brought me here disappeared while I wasn't watching. The wandering rock has returned. Never before have I been so delighted to see a sedimentary specimen. I wonder if I myself became quantum briefly when the rock carried me there. This seems the clearest explanation. Hypothesis: if the rock can bring me there, it can also carry me out. Hypothesis was correct. I can travel on this rock as long as I'm not observing my surroundings, meaning I must be in complete darkness. I'm going to bring my mentor here to see this. Mallory is here now too. We theorize when a conscious being is in contact with a quantum object and ceases to act as an observer, explaining the need for darkness, the being can become entangled with the quantum object and they move together. Friends, Coleus has discovered a new quantum rule. He has also promised me he'll never vanish again, even if he does learn something useful. The game's so magical! Yes! The nothing was hilarious. I love seeing curiosity on someone else's face. Oh my gosh, I'm glad you're enjoying the playthrough, Pet Rock. This has been so much curiosity and just, I don't know, trying to find answers constantly. Okay, so now let's do this. I want the one with the trees. Here we go. But that means we can get out of here safely, which is good. I don't know why I turned the light on. I was just scared of the dark for a minute, but you need to turn it back though. Where's this one? Oh, this was, okay, this is by, Chert. I think that's all we want to do. I think this is the last spot. Let's go update check the ship's log. Interesting interpretation of observer, but I'll cut the game some slack. Yeah. Very cool idea. I think so. I like it. What's out here? Oh yes, Chert. Okay. Okay. Now what? Oh, we're out of fuel? Well, that's lame. Next on Snick, are you afraid of the dark? Yes. It's an issue with quantum mechanics that the concept of observer requires consciousness. Doesn't really, but that's a common misunderstanding. Interesting. You all have more insight on that than I do. Hey, Chert. We gotta have a mallow. That was so rushed, but we did it. It was worth it. It paid off. Submitted for the approval of Midnight Society. I call this story the Quantum Rock. We're quantum experts now. Playful misinterpretation? Yeah. Alright, our ship's all the way over here. What's the best way to get over there? I don't know. Leap of faith, I suppose. Gravity is very kind to us on this planet. Well, I guess for most of the things that we want to do, we don't want very much gravity holding us down. Okay. How many non-conscious things are observing me? Misinterpreting for the sake of really interesting game mechanic. Reminds me of Spaceplan in that respect. Wasn't Schrodinger's cat an explanation of quantum physics? At least 754. Alright, so did we close out this cave? It looks like we did. To travel with a quantum object, I must stand on the object and cease to observe my surroundings, meaning I must be in complete darkness. Coleus used this quantum rule to escape the cave he was trapped on. Coleus and Mallory returned to examine the rock. They theorized that when a conscious being is in contact with a quantum object and ceases to observe his or her surroundings, the being can become entangled with the quantum object and they move together. Interesting. So that's how we get to the 6th location of the moon. We can travel to the 6th location of the moon with it. But we haven't figured out how to land on the moon yet. But I think it has something to do with imaging. Maybe you can't land a scout on it, but you can take pictures with the scout as you're landing on it. I wish there was a way to have your scout in orbit, like orbit the moon. Or like a little drone to a demonstration of superposition and the collapse of... Oh gosh, yep. Phew, over my head. I played 80% of the game without knowing there was a journal. Really? The journal's so helpful. I overuse this thing though. Any new spots? But we closed out a couple spots, which is awesome. It's time to go to the quantum moon. Dang. Very cool. The ship's log is excellent, especially useful when play sessions are split apart. Yes! Oh, that too! Because I've had to spread out each of the days we've played this by so much. It's so helpful to be able to go back in and read the notes in the ship's log. And I have some notes on notebook paper, but this one just organizes it really, really well. How much time do we have left in this cycle? Should we try again? We probably have a decent amount since we rushed here. 3, 2, 1, blast off. I feel like the quantum moon, oops, it's kind of a sloppy liftoff. The quantum moon, how to phrase this? It's nice when it just appears, right? When you happen to stumble across it. Hello? Like that, right on cue. No, this is Giant's Deep. Is it behind Giant's Deep? Is that why that happened? Well, here it is now. Why I get those confused? We'll never know. Do we think we can... Oops, 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 oops. Do we think we can launch something or land something on like Brittle Hollow or one of the other planets to observe it while we try to land on it? Developers added the ship logs quite late. Wasn't planned from the beginning. Like that decision? I guess this game isn't a bad way to introduce quantum physics to people who haven't taken a course. There's been a lot of discussion about that. Oh, speaking of discussion, if you all want to talk spoilers, we do have a spoiler channel in the Discord where supposedly I've heard that it's been popping off talking about the clues I'm missing and whatever else that if you want to talk about the game and things I haven't seen yet, you can do it there. Quite active over there, yeah. Almost type spoiler, oh no. There's gotta be a way to like launch one of these but not have it land. But ooh, that one just flew right by. Into the abyss. What else? But how can we have it? So maybe that's what the quantum moon locator is good for. You can like park your camera there and look up. We should try that, right? Because you can have it, it has that little scope lined up for it. What planet is the quantum moon locator on? Let me check. I think it's on Ember? Or is that the eye signal finder? I don't know. Nope, don't go towards the sun. Okay. I know I can ask this. I know I could check this too. But I'm pretty sure it's on Ember. Doesn't Ember have the cannon on it that they sent to the moon? Because the one on Brittle Hollow... No, the one on Brittle Hollow is the one that they sent to the moon. Oh, I messed this up. Okay, hang on. We're doing that chase thing that I hate when I don't judge this correctly. It's okay, though. Pet Rock, thank you for the follow. Thanks for supporting a fellow human. Welcome in. We're glad you're here today. Okay, there we go. There we go. Now we gotta find what we're looking for, because I do not remember. Here we go. This is it. Find a spot nearby to park. Change view. And go for it. Can I get between these trees? This was probably not a good idea. Oh, heck yes. Well done. Get some oxygen. Our fuel's good. The sun is almost maximum size. Whew. But let's see if this will work. Moon, where you at? There you are. Oh, but it's gotta keep spinning. Well, it was a novel idea. I wonder how long you can have it in view. Not long enough, right? To like launch and get all the way up there. It was a fun thought. I forgot that they're all, you know, spinning the whole time. Of course, it's a solar system, you know, it's all spinning all the time. I think the only way this would work is if it was on if it was around Ember Twin. Some bramble now. Okay, well, I don't think that's gonna work. I want it to get to... What does it look like when it's on Ember Twin? It just moves super fast? I think so. Okay, I'm going back to the ship. I like that that lines it up nicely for you, but it's not gonna work. Also, look how cool Ash Twin looks. Ash Twin, what are your mysteries? I do not understand you. So is there more than one quantum moon locator? There's just the one. The other thing that spins like that is the Eye of the Universe signal locator, right? And that's on the moon? On Adelrock, rather? Eye signal locator. Weird. I kind of want to look at that one again, too. That one was cool. Alright, if we're almost at the end of this cycle, should we go over to Ash? Just cuz it's the thing to do. Wait, hang on, we're gonna get consumed by the sun. Three, two, one, go. Oh, that was the weirdest takeoff ever because of the gravity here. I hate flying around these two planets when it's this close to the end. We're gonna burn up. We're burning up. Go, go, go. We gotta land. Land somewhere cool. Oh god. Oh no. Okay, we're good. Oh shoot. Are we at the North Pole or the South Pole? North again. Okay, we did this. Should we try to get over to the South Pole? I don't know if we have time. We can try. Outrunning the Nova? We went like all the way to as well, we did some experience with how far away we could get, I guess. Yeah, that sort of question is kind of dangerous. Austin is right. Just be careful with like, have you done X yet? Because yeah, exactly. I'm pretty picky about my spoilers and stuff. We talk about it every time, but I just try to explain when you're new to the channel, like here's what I'm going for. Here's the experience I'm trying to get from having all these rules. So thanks for understanding. Yeah, you're good, Pet Rock. It's okay. Chat is really well behaved. You guys get it, and I don't know. It's nothing personal. Like it's very different when you have your message deleted for spoiler reasons versus like, you know, you said a slur or you like said something inappropriate to the streamer. Very, very different vibes. Like if you say a spoiler and it gets deleted, you know, oops, hey, we don't want Jen to see that because it's gonna ruin the game. Like, I don't know. Just try not to take it personal. Anywho, we're trying to see what happens at the end here because I still haven't figured this out. We looked at the North Pole one, and now we're looking at the South Pole one. But there's something else going on that I just do not understand. And I keep thinking in my head, do I need to like ride this elevator at the end? Or do I just need to hang out at the base of it? Or is that when we need to warp? Oh, this one doesn't light up the same? No, it does. There it goes. It's getting something. I heard a noise. Oh, it closes. No, just kidding. I don't know what that was. I don't know what happened, but we heard a noise, right? It reminded me of the noise that we heard when we watched that projection pool at the end. If a message does get bopped, it's to be safe. Yeah. Open-ended questions tend to be safer. I'm actually intrigued by how they're incorporating things in the game. There are a couple things in a beginner quantum physics book that would make for interesting visuals and concepts, but they might turn into spoilers. Oh, interesting, Sleekbeak. Oh, Wolf, thank you for thanking the mods. I forgot that I think I turned on like include text with that channel point redemption, because we changed that channel point redemption from the old one, the N64 one. But yeah, thank you, Wolf, for thanking the mods. Seen some bad backseating. You mods are doing a great job. Appreciate you all. That was an interesting run. I want to go back to that tower. We're at 4 hours and 37 minutes. We've still got some time left that I can stream. Ash Twin is annoying because I guess we could nap, but do you end up just sitting here and we're all chatting for 22 minutes if we decide to nap? I think that's how the napping works, right? You can doze off by the fire. Maybe let's take a minute and try to go back to the Interloper just to do something different, and then we might have time at the end of it to go back to Ash Twin. Like, we keep ending our cycles there because I'm convinced something's going to happen on Ash Twin at the very end. Oh, I can check off Quantum Trials. Look at all the things I'm checking off of our list that we did. Coming out of a long lurk to say, look amazing today, and you're doing awesome, Sykes. Thank you. Hope you're having a great Monday. It's good to see you. And thanks for the lurk. Gosh. All right. It doesn't help if I just stay in the pause menu. Let's have a mallow. Should we do a prediction this one? What do you all think? Ship's log? Supernova? Yeah, don't forget your mallow. Think I need a brain break. I finished one paper. Meggie, nice. All the hype. Oh, I'm proud of you. I said that earlier, but I'm proud. All right. We did the mallow. We're here. Hanging out. I kind of want to go to the museum again. Which I know is sort of annoying. But I like going back there. But the only reason I want to go back is because it has that thing that talks about the pottery, the Know My Pottery, and we keep seeing it everywhere, and I don't know what it is other than just pottery. It's containers of things. So maybe we'll forego that visit. Yeah, let's do... The other two are technically the same paper, but I can't write another rough draft to save my life. It's okay, Maggie. Let's just do Supernova. Predict. Oh, it's already set up. 30 seconds. That's so fast. Let's do a minute. Oh, that's the default. That's why. A minute. Okay. Uh-oh. My controls are borked. This is usually on manual, right? No, auto? Uh-oh. I think it's on manual. But for some reason I can't move my camera or my mouse or anything. It's using mouse controls now. Do I have to go back to input? Rebind controls? No, no, no. I might have to close the game and open it up again. Thank you for predicting. Sorry for the delay. I don't know why it's doing this. Let's quit and reopen it again. Because it's detecting the buttons. It's on manual usually. That's what I thought. But it wasn't detecting anything else. Was it just because I sat down and I didn't... It must have just been because I sat down. I'm a little scatterbrained. I think because I was looking up and down and doing the prediction and... I have another question. Was the quantum moon there when we woke up last time? I wonder if sometimes it appears when we wake up and sometimes it doesn't, or is it always in the same spot? I can't say that I paid too close attention to it. Yeah, I guess rhetorical. Well, when I woke up before we just quit out of the game, was it up there? You can answer that. Just that question, not the other question. You don't have an answer? I don't know. Probably overthinking it. Tends to happen. Okay. I think we're gonna go to the Interloper. 3, 2, 1. Blast off. Oh, yeah, thank you. Safe word. You can answer that. Thank you, E. Thank you, everybody. Appreciate it. It could have been up there. I think sometimes it is, maybe, and I've not been paying attention to it. I also can't remember the best path to the Interloper. Okay, there's a quantum moon. Oh, there's the Interloper. That's what I thought, that it was kind of towards the same direction of the twins. Go, go, go. Bramble, I see you. I don't want anything to do with you. Oh god, oh god, oh god. Well, we missed it. That's funny. When it's that far away, I feel like it's a little hard to judge. I did a lot better the last time we went to it. LOL. I thought we were... Yeah, hi Interloper, bye Interloper. I thought we were matched to it, but I don't think we were at all. I just kept correcting my, like, path towards it, but not my speed. Well, can we get back? Probably, right? There's velocity match. The Interloper's weird. I definitely didn't think that we were gonna need to land on it when we started this game. Also, it's getting... we have to get onto it quickly. Come on. Come on. Go, 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 go. It's opening up. Get out, get out. Go before we burn up. Easy. Just in time. Okay, ghost matter nearby. This can give us some oxygen. Thanks, Wolf. Yeah, that was close. Okay, here is our next one. This is the same every time. Then we make it into this room. And then... oh, no, 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 no. Oh, God. We almost went right into there. And now we have problems. We've launched so many scouts down here. So many scouts and never figured out what to do. When do you stop moving? When does the scout sit still? It's so slippery. Okay, there. It landed next to this thing. You can't really see much. You can see the core again. And the wall. And our poor departed know my friends. Give some nice lighting. There's me! Alright, let's go up top. Oh, that was weird. That threw me off for a second. Because the lighting changed. It looked different. Okay. And then this one we know is like go to the right and then go to the left. But let's confirm. And then go along this wall for a long time and go up to that hole. Which last time we came to this next big part, we fell down here and died. So there's like a little hole in the wall that's safe. And then here's the core again. Weird. This is, I think, the best view we've gotten of it yet with our camera. What is that? That's so strange looking. Time for dangerous water slide. I hate this water slide. We keep like coming here and dying. Okay, so right, left, and then up on the wall. Wish me luck. I wonder, can we jetpack to slow down? We can. I didn't think of that before. It's over here, right there. Go, 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 go. All right, we did it. Nice. Now, is there more scary water slides? Ooh, was this the end of what we were looking for? Is this another scary hole?
Yay!
Oh my gosh, thanks for the yay! Oh no. Oh, not this again. This lands right on top of the core, but we're safe here. There's no ghost matter on the way down. Oh, that's so sad. There's so many... Yeah. There's so many dead Nomai in this game. Weird. Oh, we can read this. Velocity matched. Okay. I want to read this. Oh, cool music. There we go. Oh, jeez. That startled me. I don't like that I feel like if I played this again, I would change the mapping for the scout and the translator because it startles me when I'm trying to read something and I fire a scout instead. Okay, the spherical stone casing here seems to be the source of the energy readings. No, rather, the source is what's within the stone. I'm detecting some form of exotic matter. The stone is muting our energy readings. They should be 10 times what we're seeing, at least. Pi, I don't think we want this matter interacting with us. As far as I can tell, direct contact with it would almost certainly be fatal. I've never encountered anything like this casing, but it's all that's protecting us from what's inside. I've never encountered anything like this casing, but it's all that's protecting us from what's inside. This matter is disturbingly volatile. Whatever the matter inside this stone casing is, it's more than just profoundly unstable. It's under tons of pressure. Look at this density scan. I've never seen anything this tightly compacted before. What is this? This is orders of magnitude worse than I'd imagined. If this stone were to rupture, the lethal matter within would rapidly expand, completely blanketing this star system almost instantaneously, and the pressure is still building as the comet approaches the star system. Return to the shuttle right now. The rest of our friends need to know they're in terrible danger. Leave your equipment and run. What are you doing, Pi? The more we know about the alien matter, the better our chances of survival. I will learn what I can here. Go warn the others. Maybe they can construct shelter somehow. Now poke. What? If this stone were to rupture, the lethal matter within would rapidly expand, completely blanketing the star system almost instantaneously. And the pressure is still building as the comet approaches. Is there something else down there? No, that's my scout. I wonder if we got everything. Ship log updated. Okay, nice. Weird. How can I go into this thing? I can. And there's a bunch of stuff. There's like a bubble of stuff up here. Is that just the entrance? I think so, right? Mods, can we get some help, please, for chat? Please don't. Actually, hang on. This. Please don't come into a game like this and just spam spoilery stuff. I don't know if it's true or not. I don't know if you're just trying to mess with me, but, that's not cool. Anyways. We're getting clues. We know that this is very dangerous. We got that from our reading. So, that's important. And they went to warn, but it did rupture. We know that it ruptured. How do I lock onto this again? There we go. It's okay. No, Maggie, it's okay. That's not, you know... That's just a personal choice to come into a chat and immediately spoil something. Exo, how's it going? Welcome in. Yeah, you came in at a good time. We finally got through to the core of the Interloper. It took me a long time to get here. Well, it took several, like, different attempts. Oh, we're gonna run out of air. Well, that's not a fun way to go. This is the only way out, right? But I think we can't get out from here. Can we? This is ghost matter, right? Oh, no, yep. Okay, sorry, buddy. This was a one-way trip, apparently. Nope, don't go into... Nope, nope, nope. I don't want to die from no oxygen, but I don't think there were any other trees nearby, except for back the way we came. Sorry. Yeah, doing okay. We've made so much progress this stream. We've gotten a lot done. It was cool. Not a fun ending to run out of oxygen, but I think it was worth it. We spent a lot of time trying to get there. I guess we'll read now, like we'll read the ship's log and see if we have to go back, but I don't think so. Okay, so. Oh, sorry, I should have done the warning for the gasp noise. That one's really bad. Oh, it's Mallow time. All the Mallows in chat. Mallow, 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 Mallow. There we go. Nice. Ta-da! We did not make it to the supernova that time, so we also have some prediction winners. We died from lack of oxygen, not from the supernova, which hasn't happened in a minute. What else? We got crushed today. What else has happened to us today besides supernova death? It's rough. It's rough in this solar system. So now we'll take a pause on Wolf. Nice. Wolf was the only one. Oh my gosh, you got 1,500 points. This game takes your breath away. For 10? Oh my gosh. Wait, and you said you didn't believe this was the one where you like, yeah, it's better odds to vote the other way, right? And it paid off. So let's go to the ship's log. And we can check Interloper off maybe. Not yet, not yet. So I feel like what we're trying to get after is the memories. We're trying to get after the Nomai memories inside of Ash Twin is like the biggest thing. There's still something with this frozen shuttle that I don't understand. Why it keeps telling me there's more to it. Comment about it. Control mechanic? Yeah, sure, E. That's fine. Gotta play these good odds even if Jen is super careful. You never know. That's right. It ended up being a one-way trip. I found the 2 missing members of the Nomai shuttle crew near a large ruptured stone. It looked like it exploded from the inside. The Nomai traced the strange energy readings to a spherical stone casing filled with some form of exotic matter. They determined the exotic matter was both lethal and under extreme pressure. If the stone were to rupture, the exotic matter within would rapidly expand, completely blanketing the solar system almost instantaneously. One of the Nomai stayed behind to examine the alien matter while the other rushed back to the surface to warn the rest of the Nomai. There's an option in the UI where you have your scout tool out. For the what button that I can assign it to? Oh, that's not okay. That might be a little too much. Yeah, I should have known. It's okay though. I don't think I haven't figured that out yet. Water break real quick and pause so we don't start the loop. What next? What next? I know we're getting close too. I know it's like harder and harder to ponder what I'm doing because I feel like we're really close to some big things, but there's always spoiler chat too. It's okay. And also I should have prefaced that, E. It's all right. I just should have had you ask a mod first. I think I see mechanic and at this point of the game I'm like, yeah, I know what most of the buttons do, but apparently I don't. So it's all good. I feel like that's more of a hint than a mechanic though. Like, hey, have you looked at what this does yet? Because you can tell I don't know yet. Stand strong. Yeah, thanks mods. What are we gonna go do? So the interlopers, the core is done, but not the frozen shuttle. Why does the frozen shuttle still have stuff? Is it 'cause I haven't... It says when you recall it, it says this is on the comet. So are we supposed to see it from the comet? There's more to explore here. Why? Clary, the Nomai who stayed behind, lost contact with the other two after they descended below the interloper's surface. The Nomai landed on the interloper not long after its arrival in the solar system. The shuttle's equipment heard strange energy readings coming from somewhere beneath the surface. Frozen shuttle isn't finished because we need to get the frozen yogurt. That sounds so good right now. There's always this little piece of, that piece of white hole station that looks weird. But anyways. We just gotta let it go. Oh no, Sleek Beak, oh no. Alright, let's go. Wait, the one on... Where is the frozen shuttle? That's the one on Ember Twin, right? Ooh, all of this stuff is finished. Nice. Gravity cannon, that's what I was looking for. Okay, yeah. So should we go back to that particular gravity cannon? Should we try to launch our ship again? Oh, Frogs, how's it going? Welcome in. Yeah, we're comfy. We're doing good. It's nice to see ya. I don't know that there's gonna be... Oh, man. Okay, let's go to the gravity cannon. Let's recall the frozen shuttle. Because I don't... I'm so torn. Okay, no, let's not do that. Let's go to the Interloper and see if we can see anything, like, on the outside about the shuttle. And then go back and try to recall it. Okay, yeah, that's somewhat of a plan. I feel like we haven't looked at the Interloper close enough from the outside. We failed at launching onto it once. 3, 2, 1, blast off. And then the other times we went back, we went inside of it from the front, but we haven't looked at its, like, tail very closely. You know? You know what I mean? Getting to it is such a pain, though. I feel like it's usually near Bramble, and I did such a weird launch this time. Hang on. Oh, there you are. I think it's gonna get too close to the sun, though, because we did kind of a late launch. Web! How's it going? I didn't say safe word, but don't answer if you know what she means. But I don't. I didn't say safe word. You have to wait until I say safe word to answer any of the questions posed here. That's just how it works. We've been making leaps and bounds of progress. I think I can do it. Let's get a closer look at this thing. When it recalls the shuttle, where is it oh wait, we're too close to the sun. We've done this before. We've flown into the sun because we were following the Interloper. But when it says it recalled it from the Interloper, like, I don't know. How does that work? We're gonna get too close. We're too close. But I want to watch it. But we're gonna be too close. Okay, we matched velocity of something else so we can observe, I guess. Ugh. Sun, why? We're zooming by the twins. Yeah, I was like, the way that those are flying by me right now, I'm not comfortable with. Oh God. Now the way you're flying towards me, I'm not comfortable with. I'm not comfortable with anything that's happening right now. Why? This is so odd. We haven't done a whole lot of flying around to look at the Interloper. It's definitely tricky. Where is it on the map right now? It's far enough out, I guess, right? I don't know. It's kind of hard to tell. Where are you, shuttle? Yeah. I do not understand. But we can't... It's really hard to speed match it because it's going towards the sun. It's not our best idea to match its speed. We're zooming towards it again. Okay, this is looking better, I guess? Maybe? Am I taking too long to get to it? Probably. Can we hang out back here? Is this a dangerous experiment? What's that? Do we see something? Is that it? Oh, we do see it. Can I land in here? No, wait, we see something else. Is there, like, ghost matter back here? No, that is it. Ooh, are we safe back here? I hope so. I hope this is safe and not gonna melt, right? Cool. Was not expecting that. Oh my gosh, this is troublesome. It seems a comet wishes to submerge our shuttle in ice. If we stay on the surface too long, the shuttle may freeze entirely. Oops, that doesn't bode well for us. Even if it did, couldn't someone call it back home to the gravity cannon on Ember Twin? Yes, I've done it before. Yes, but the exploration of the comet would be more difficult if we were without the shuttle until someone recalled it. Perhaps we shouldn't have landed on the dark side of the comet. Perhaps. Suppose one of us remained in the shuttle to keep it warm and continue monitoring the surface. This would be wise. I think, Clary, if you don't mind waiting here with it, Poke and I can continue. Oh. Okay, rip. Now, is that all there is to investigate with this thing? We just needed to find it. I've mentioned that before because it always tells you that you recall it from the Interloper. But we've never actually gotten to see it. Okay, let's see if that's the end of the ship's log for that thing. Yeah, hello there. We finally found it. I think we're done. I found a Nomai shuttle almost completely encased in ice. The Nomai landed, and not long after its arrival, the solar system... There were 3 aboard. 1 stayed behind to keep the shuttle warm. That's it. Okay. They need to cut down a whole new tree every time they need to make a ship's log. I get it. Okay. Let's see if we can get out of here safely. 3, 2, 1, lift off. I should have looked at the map before we did this, though. Rip. Oh, we're fine. Oh, we're by Whitehole Station. This is weird. I don't want our ship to get pulled in and end up in the center of, Brittle Hollow. The dark side of Giant's Deep. So now we will still go to Ember Twin if we can. Nope, don't bring me back to the sun, please. Thank you. There's Quantum Moon. Ship really wants to zoom into the sun. Yeah, it kind of likes to do that. I don't know why. Quantum Moon! I know. It's something else we have to we have to try to decipher. Well, if we're going to Ember... Oh, but I kind of wanted to launch our ship since we didn't do it right last time. I was thinking since we're going to Ember, we should go to Ash at the end of this cycle. Okay, I'm messing this up though. This is not how we do this. I think we might have gotten... No, we're okay. What was I thinking? Do we think we can get back to Ash from Ember with the warp? I think that one works, right? I don't think the Timber Hearth one works, but the Ember one seems to work just fine. So we could theoretically lose the ship and then still make it back to Ash. We could try it. It could be a fun experiment. I don't remember where the warp pad is on Ember compared to the cannon. Yeah, only one way to find out. Could be a worthwhile experiment. I still feel bad for our ship. Here's the cannon. Yep, this is what we want. Come on. Come on. You got this. Oops. There we go. Nice and easy. Oh, but it's not gonna stay. 'Cause it's like sideways, kinda, sorta. It's fine. Okay, do you think we'll do it right this time? I don't know. Maybe I should read the instructions this time. The shuttle is resting at the comet. Call it home. Activate the cannon. Ready? Whee! Goodbye! Aw, poor ship. No kaboom. Just an achievement. A Steam achievement. I didn't get the thing, but I don't have the overlay turned on. Alright, let's call this back. But I don't think I want to. Farewell, ship! The ship got yeeted. It's having its own voyage. Okay, cool. I actually don't really need to see anything about this anymore. Rip ship! Loki, how's it going? Yeah, we're gonna try to make our way to the ruins. I probably could have stood to... Oh wait, I can't go this way, right? I could have stood to... Testing if they're quantum. Scope out the surface before I came down here, huh? We could use the cannon to get us out of this little hole. How else have we gotten, come in here before? Also, why is that spinning? Goodbye! I think it's so cool that you can see the tiny little shuttle, too, on the thing. I don't know that I should launch myself. Oops. I was like second guessing it, and then I thought, well, I'll just walk around the launcher and I'll jump out instead. Oh, need some sleep. Of course, Bonin. Have a good sleep. Thanks for being here. I appreciate you. Have a good rest. That was such an abrupt death. Oh, this is gonna be a bad gasp. No, that one's the quick gasp because we blunt force trauma'd into a wall, into a cannon. Death by yeet. I don't know what I thought was gonna happen. We successfully launched ourselves out of the other cannon. It just gave us like a little hop. It's okay though, it was fun. Now we can go test out the other warp pad. Oh, that sucks that we lost the end of that cycle because because Ash Twin. Such a pain. Such a pain. All right, what's our plan? We've probably got one more good cycle left for the day. Interloper I can check off. Why do I still have Ember Twin? Because of the canyon? I think so. Because of the energy lab in the canyon. But I'm gonna check that off because we did the energy lab. Not even this stream. Just drowning in papers, studying for finals before I have to return to books. Use, what does this say? Use probe. Cannon, 22-minute experiment. I don't know what this note meant. What does this note mean? What was I thinking when I wrote this? We have the cannon that fired the probe to the signal of the eye. We have coordinates. But we haven't figured out what to do with that yet either. Let's go back to the, I said I wanted to do this earlier, and then maybe we can do a couple things this loop. Let's go back to Adelrock. We believe in you, Maggie, yes. Sounds super fun and not stressful at all. I still don't understand why I have to return my books before finals. I don't either. When the notes are cryptic to future you. I think it's the same thing we were talking about earlier, where it seems like there's all these different like lines of thought and different threads, but they've got to be connected somehow. Like Ash Twin has to be connected to the quantum moon somehow, right? I don't know. Don't answer that. But then the probe experiment on the surface of outside of Giant's Deep has to be connected to the 22-minute experiment, right? I don't know. Oh, because I remember why I wrote this note, because the probe on Giant's Deep has a timer. It says how long ago it was launched, and that always counts up to 22. It's at the beginning of your cycle, which is weird, which is really weird. I still don't understand. Oh, I read that one, yeah. Guesses so they can quarantine the rented book altogether. Oh. Why wouldn't they just wait until after finals? That's weird. Let's have a Mallow. Mallow's in chat. Relaxing with Slate. How's it going, buddy? We haven't been back to the Adelrock in a really long time. Esker will be so happy to see us. Poor Esker. We haven't listened to the whistling in a long time. I think it's like right above us. No, I think we're good. 3, 2, 1, blast off. Ooh, this is sloppy. There it is. Nope, that's not it. That's the other one. Where's just the regular one? There you are. I can't keep the moons apart. We haven't like drifted around on the surface of Adelrock, but there's not a whole lot here. There's a flag that there's a picture of in the museum. There's Esker's ship. There's some craters. There's the thing that we're coming here for. There's the camp. Moons these days so clingy. Oh my goodness. I know, the quantum moon is following us now. It's like, Jen, you know what you need to do. Come visit me. Maybe we'll make one last thing of the... Have we seen this? This all looks vaguely quantum. I don't know that we've seen any of this. What the heck? Clearly I didn't explore the moon. One last thing of the stream, one last loop of the stream to try another moon attempt. This is just, what, ice? Just some ice? It's fine. What's that? Chert! Yay, Chert! This is an old crater. The neat thing here is that the composition of the samples I took from the impact site matches the composition of the ice on the outskirts of Dark Bramble. I'd posit the Addle Rock was hit with a piece of the planet that used to be where Dark Bramble now lies. To follow up on, maybe there are more fragments of the old planet Dark Bramble destroyed on other astral bodies in the solar system. The only other place we've seen ice is around that jellyfish. Ooh, it's so dark. Okay, that was useful. Wasn't expecting that, to be honest. So Bramble, God, Bramble is so weird. Bramble destroyed another planet because Bramble came from wherever the vessel was. And the Nomai are not originally from this solar system. And the Bramble, like, wrapped around one of the escape pods. Here, let's stand on our ship. Is there anything else here? Are any of these dark rocks quantum? I just don't like how dark this is. I want to go back to the thing that we came here for. Okay. 3, 2, 1, go. Did that say it added to our ship's log? I think it did, right? Ooh, 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 this is bad. Too much liftoff power. All right, let's go up here. This is fine. Okay. We haven't been here in a minute. Let's look again. Oh yeah, this is the cool one that has this little like control ball thing. And it's just spinning and spinning and spinning and spinning. And I feel like the the Eye of the Universe signal is in the same location as wherever the Quantum Moon 6th location is, because it spins and spins and spins. Oh, I forget, that's right, you can hear the noises of the different planets that you track too. I wonder if the sounds mean anything. Like, is there a message that comes from, I don't know, the sun? There's escape pod 1. Oh, we didn't listen to Esker. We gotta go find Esker. Oh, that's, Feldspar. Okay. Come here. The wind. Alright, come here. You jump so high. Here's some more notes. I've seen this ruin in other travelers' pictures, but seeing it for myself, it's really old, isn't it? But wow, this is the coolest day of my life. Okay, time for some official notes. This is a Nomai locator. It can point out the different planets, which is incredibly cool, by the way. But from what little I can understand of the writing here, I think it was built to try to find something specific. I'm not sure. I also was able to translate something about the South Pole of Brittle Hollow, so I'll fly there to see if I can learn more. Yeah, the observatory, and that model is way cooler. And it's interesting, when you see the eye, it's like all those branching paths, right? Or no, it was all those, the paths was the missiles, the different probes that we saw in Giant's Deep. The eye was all the orbits. And it was just orbit, 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 all coming off of something. Which makes sense why this locator on the moon, it's just spinning and spinning and spinning. Okay, Ryback. I know we've read this. Where should this new, more sophisticated locator be built? Anona and those of us originally stranded on Ember Twin built a quantum moon locator, but the heat of the sun made its construction challenging. I wouldn't recommend building on that planet. The southern glacier of Brittle Hollow has ample available space. I could construct a new building to house a proposed locator. Let's build there. I imagine our young friend Conway would enjoy that immensely. He's always held a great interest in the eye, especially for a child born so long after the crash. I will begin construction. And we've been there. That's when we learned we needed to go there. Oh, here it is. What's up? I was upstairs testing the eye signal locator, and it can hear and follow the signals from the sun, Giant's Deep, and Brittle Hollow. However, something strange is happening when I ask the eye signal locator to follow the eye signal. The device indicator rotates wildly and never points to one direction. I see. I most likely calibrated the locator incorrectly. Everything's calibrated correctly. Oh, come on. It saddens me to posit this. I believe we need a more sophisticated device. We built it. We've read this. This was all very useful for the stuff on, yeah, at the Southern Observatory and the launch probe data. But I'm glad we came back here. Let's go see Esker. It says you can hear the signal. What does this sound like? Do you not get to hear it because it can't focus on one singular thing? Does this actually focus on different, astral bodies as it moves around? No, because they don't ever all line up at the same time. Oh, come on. Here. I don't actually want to listen to Brittle Hollow, but... Where's our ship? Oh, goodness. And where's Esker's camp? I can't remember. Oop, that was weird. Okay, it's fine. I can't believe we never went in this crater before. That was helpful. we used this lookout. Is there anything else we never did here? For coming to the moon pretty early on, or to Addle Rock rather, we missed some stuff. Magus, welcome back. Hello, hello. We made it to the ruptured core of the Interloper, and we launched our ship off of the gravity cannon. What else? Oh, and we found the shuttle on the Interloper. We found the recording of that. So, a few things. Told really funny jokes. You missed some jokes. Esker. Let's have a mallow. Scent, if you're gonna... I know you're trying to explain yourself. It's all good. Just keep in mind, it's not up to you. It's up to me and the mods of what's a spoiler and what's not. But it is a great game. I left you were poking around the Tower of Quantum whatever. Yeah, we got through the Tower of Quantum Knowledge. We got inside. We followed it into space. Or rather, into the black hole. And, we finished the quantum trials. Alright, we'll talk to Esker. Oh, hey, it's you. Ground control didn't tell me you were launching. Long time no see. Is that you whistling? Probably. Or actually, definitely. The other travelers carry instruments, so they don't bother whistling. You can pick up their music with the signal scope. Yep. A little. I'm in touch with ground control, Hornfels and Gossan mostly, and they radio up to chat now and then. When ground control forgets I'm up here, and they usually do, I launch my little scout. Can you spy on us? No, it's not spying. It's one-way communication. None of the villagers know about, because I've never told them. Don't go! I mean, anything else you want to ask? I'm good. Bye, Esker. Road. Oh, yeah, and we figured out the cave shard. Yeah, we did a lot, Magus. Actually, we did a lot. Is enough time passed now that we can go to Ash Twin again? 3, 2, 1, go. But carefully, because we're close to... What's it called? Oh, I don't like this. I don't like this. I don't like this. Okay, we're good. My video looked weird for a second there. Oh, they're all the way over here. Okay. It's fine. I left before it fell into the black hole. Gotcha. Yeah. Esker's beautiful. Okay, we we overshot. I got scared. Come on. What did I say that we could do before the end? Oh, one final moon chase. Perhaps. After this run on Ash Twin. Either way, I don't remember. That's okay, Sleek Beak. Forgot the game is careful not to gender. They don't gender the Hearthians. The Hearthians don't have gendered terms for themselves, but the Nomai do. which we learned later. You start to pick it up later on, kinda, sorta. This is not helping. I think I'm chasing it around the wrong direction. Maybe I should just, like, hang out and stand still here. Stand still, you know. Fly still. Alright, fine. Sun. God, we get so far away so quick when I'm not paying attention. Yeah, exactly. That's a thing, right? Flying still. Okay, we're latching onto Giant's Deep while we wait for the twins to come back around and hang out. And there they are. Oh, FFC's working again. Nice so-call. Hello, welcome back. It's good to have you here. No, not the sun. Ash Twin. Okay, this is not going well. We did an oopsie. I felt like just my perspective is really off sometimes. Most of the time I do okay with it, but then sometimes I get really disoriented. It was almost a Mallow moment, and then we're still not in the clear yet. Mel, welcome back. Hello, hello. We made a lot of progress today. Got to see my friend who I have not seen since well before quarantine, who's pregnant. Oh, so-called, that's so fun. Okay. If we could get there in time, it'll be like perfect because it's already mostly empty, but I can't seem to get there this time around. I'm too scared of the sun when it's this big. We're not gonna make it in time. I can't even get there. That's so sad. Maybe we'll do another run, just because I really, really want to go back to Ash Twin one more time today. Okay, we're looking a little bit better. I keep doing this thing though where I'm like overshooting the plane, like going over top of it, kind of. I don't know how to describe it. It's very strange, and this doesn't usually happen, but it's just orbital stuff. You know, just orbital mechanics in this casual video game. There we go. Now it's looking better. Will we land in time? I don't know. Barely. Are we on the North Pole? I kind of wanted to be on the South Pole. Should we go to the top this time? Sure. Let's see what happens from up here when it ends. We're in the center of all the energy poles. I don't think anything's gonna happen, but we'll try it. I wish I could see something else from here while this was happening. I don't know. The music, yeah. Jammies, nodders, curb jam. Bye, sun. Ha. Bye. I don't think I'm supposed to be up here. I don't think this is it. But we gotta rule it out. Let's look at one of those panels while this is happening. There, the panel lights up. Does anything else happen? The panel lights up. That's it. Maybe the panel lighting up doesn't mean anything. It's just getting overcharged with energy. Hey, over there, Chert. Yeah, we could see the little smoke from the campfire. Rat jams, too. Alright. Do we want to try... Do we want to go to the moon? When I get overcharged with energy, I tend to glow as well. Yeah, Kai, welcome in. How's it going? We can try to chase it down. I always want to go to the moon. Moon. I feel like that's a good way to wrap up. Let's have a mallow. We did a lot of predictions today, so I'm kind of leaving the predictions, letting them rest for these last couple of loops. But thank you all for participating. I feel like some of you made a lot of channel points today. Also, has this stick always had that little branch coming out of the middle of it? It's cute. Poke the fire. Oops. Poke the fire. Okay. Having our own predictions and spoiler chat, really? Oh my gosh. Do you think she'll find the redacted? Love that you mallow roast every turn. We have to. We gotta. I don't think this added anything. It was just a fun little extra note about the ice. The ice. Maybe I should write that down. Ice in moon crater. And it said maybe there's ice scattered in other places. And one of the places we've seen ice was around the jellyfish. We didn't see any... There's ghost matter near the jellyfish too. We didn't see any ghost matter near the moon crater. But there's a difference between the ghost matter crystals that we see all over the place and ice. And we think, so we learned about the interloper. We learned about the ghost matter, right? It says, exotic matter is lethal and under extreme pressure. If it were to rupture, it would rapidly expand, completely blanketing solar system. So we don't know if this is the thing that happened and now there's little like pockets of ghost matter everywhere still lingering. It's kind of what it seems like. Because the ghost matter is that you see it nearby those little like crystally square crystal things all the time. Not enough channel points for BB cameo. Oh no. Sometimes she does just grace you all with her presence when she wants to be seen too. Jellyfish love ice, yeah. I keep ghost matter in my pockets. It's handy to have around. Okay, but before I do all that, before we get into those trains of thought, because we can chat at the end of stream, we can talk a little bit about theory. I think we're gonna do one moon run, moon experiment. We have to be able to take a picture of it. 3, 2, 1. Oh, Loki! Blast off. I see that you wanted to have the cat cameo. We'll do that. We will do that. We will make that happen. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Moon experiment. Yeah. But we gotta find it first. Anybody? Moon? Hello? You there? Nope. Are you around? Nope. I was wondering if it was around Giant's Deep. Nope. Yeah, Timber Hearth. Outer Rock. I just need something to help me stop flying out into the far reaches of the solar system at this moment. It's so cute that you can see the plume of smoke from the Addle Rock, like, all the time. Oh yeah, I can do this. You are on the other side of... Oh no, that's Island Shard. Just need to keep spinning around. Tower Shard. Cave Shard. It's hiding. It's at its 6th location. It heard me talking about it. That's how it goes, right? We're getting too far out, as usual. As usual. Keep spinning? Yeah. Is that it on... Yeah, Ash Twin has it. I would prefer for it to not be somewhere so close to the sun, but that's fine. We're making it happen. Hey Cleric, how's it going? We're quantum hunting. We've gotten our quantum knowledge. We completed the quantum trials. We've tried to take pictures of the moon. We're not doing great with it, but we're working on it. We can velocity match the quantum moon, right? I just need to be careful of where Ash Twin's going. Wotaken, how's it going? Welcome in. Very shy today. Yeah, it was for a bit there. Normally the moon just like pops up to say hello. Oh yeah, we got some Steam, we got one Steam achievement today, and we made up our own Steam achievement, which was explode the shuttle with our ship inside of the cannon. That was fun. Wasn't expecting that one today. Ooh, major overcorrecting. What planets have we explored? We did a lot on Ember Twin today because we went to the lake bed cave. We went back to Ash Twin because we learned a lot about the warp towers today. We made it to the Iron Forge or not the Iron Forge, the Black Hole Forge in Brittle Hollow today. I'm sure this will help. What else? Here's a question. If we get a picture of the moon and we just have that picture pulled up while the scout is still moving, does that count? Like, there's a picture of it. So now can we go for it? I don't think so, right? We can try. Yeah, no safe word, but we can try it. I don't think it's gonna work. But we've learned a lot, and one of the things was how cool the imaging is. Nope. Oh, because it goes away when we're in cockpit view, so we can't do it in cockpit view. Oopsies. And we still have the picture of it up now, but it moved while it was down. Okay, okay, that was an important lesson. Where are ya? It's fine, I didn't want you to be by the sun anyways. We have been to Giant Water Planet recently because we did the quantum trials there. We did on Friday, we did the jellyfish thing. We made it to the core. Oh, there it is. It's over by Bramble now. Yeah, do be careful. Those ones are pretty vague, so those questions are fine, but be careful about questions of specific, like, have you done this yet? Planets, asking if I've been to the different planets is okay. It just gets tricky. It gets tricky, making the mods nervous, maybe. How do we get through the current? We used the scout to find the cyclone that takes us to the current. We had done that before. We had gotten to the core, but not breached the core yet. Because we found the little thing in our ship that tells you, hey, your scout can tell you what's happening with the cyclone. Okay, so we still have a picture of it. I don't think this is gonna work, because I think it has to be observing. But, I don't know, we'll try it. Also, I think we have to land at a certain spot. So maybe I should try to do that. I don't know how that works. Can we bonk it with our windscreen? It did work? I didn't think that was gonna work. What the heck? Oh my god, I thought this was just gonna be like a joke run. Okay, but now if I unbuckle, isn't it gonna... Well, I'm looking at it. I'm looking right at it. Should I launch another one on the surface? Just to be safe? Oh my god, I'm afraid I'm gonna mess it up and we're gonna have to leave. Okay, so now we gotta find the... We gotta find the thing. Also, this looks like Bramble. And the whole place is making all kinds of noises. Okay, but if I have to let go of this. I have to do this to get out here. Unidentified signal, you think? Yeah. Okay, I'm looking at it, so we're safe now. I want this. I want to identify. We gotta find the... What is it called? Oh my gosh, now I'm gonna forget everything we learned. We gotta find the purple thing. We have to make sure it's on the North Pole. Oh, there's the other shuttle. We know this shuttle. This is the one from Brittle Hollow. I don't know if there's anything, like, to do here. It doesn't have a distress beacon or anything, right? Scary music here. Always bonk all the time, yeah. We did it! We made it! Here's a shrine, but it's not on the North Pole. Is there anything on the other side? Does it just go away when I look away? There's a jellyfish. There's stuff from Bramble here. There's ice here. Bramble was once like a big oceany place with fish and jellyfish, anglerfish and jellyfish. Yeah, Mondo jellyfish. Okay, we keep running into it on the equator. Let's make our way back towards the North Pole. We're gonna run out of oxygen though. Maybe, although it doesn't look like we're depleting any. Is everything here, is this ice quantum too? Oh, there's the thing. I'm not ready for you yet. Thank you. Excuse me. Thank you. That looks like bramble. Oh, look how weird the surface looks up there. Okay. I kind of want to open this, but I'm pretty sure I'm supposed to wait, right? But the North Pole is completely blocked from what it looks like. Well, maybe not. If we start running out of time, then we can open it. What's on? Let's go to the South Pole too. Let's look around at everything. This place isn't too big. It doesn't look like we're depleting any oxygen. So they're nice to you and they give you lots and lots here. We pretty much landed on the South Pole, and I think you all look at our landing job. I was so startled that we made it. I think you always have to land on the South Pole, right? No. Is this Solanum? There's more jellies. I think that's all there is to see, though, is the shrine, ice, brambles, and the landing site. I really want to try it. It's not gonna work, though. Ooh, it made the noise. At least we've gotten here, so we know that we know how to come back. No mo, no my. Are you quantum too? You are. We're all quantum. What am I supposed to do? Turn out the flashlight and then we can go to the 6th location? Is that how we go there? Because ooh, is this close enough to the North Pole? Let's try it. I don't think it's close enough. Because this bramble blocks the light. Okay, we're just doing it, because clearly there's stuff happening in here. Shrine. Icy triangle. This is in Brittle Hollow. This almost looks like Hanging Cities. All the different planets. Quantum moons on Bramble. I don't get it, but hopefully it'll update our ship log. Okay, let's turn on the lights. I don't know what this is. It might not be lights. Ooh, writing. You've recalled the rule of quantum imaging. Recall the rule of quantum entanglement, which is moving on something. Recall the rule of the 6th location. Ship log updated. So, do I close this door? Is it dark enough in here? Did we do it? I don't know. I don't know. Maybe I can't be looking down at it like that. It is dark enough in here. I don't think we did it. Well, how would we know? Wait, so do we have to go? I had to pause. I was afraid we'd run out of time. Do we have to go all the way back to our ship and like boost up out of there to know if it worked and if we did it? I felt like we would know instantly, but don't answer that, but don't tell me. But I'm scared. I mean, I'm just scared we're gonna have to do it again. And again and again. How will I know when it works? Oh, it'll tell us on this thing. That's what this is for. Okay. Oops. I didn't mean to do that, but that's fine. I wanted to do this. Oh! It's pink now. We're on Brittle Hollow. Bramble. Giant Steep. Timber Hearth. Does this take us into like weird places in all of them? Love watching people figure this part out. We're here. Look how cool it looks. What? What does it all mean? What's gonna happen? Okay, yeah. Makes sense. Can you... No? Okay. It's fine. It's just, we went there. It literally says the eye. What do I do? But we can't make it go away. Do we have to like turn off lights and things to make it move again? I'm kind of not looking at chat because I don't want anybody to answer these questions and tell me how to solve it. I'm also wondering if we still get a supernova while we're at the 6th location. Okay, what are the things we learned? We learned we can move with this thing, but it's not disappearing. We learned about photos and stuff. We learned... What did we learn about the 6th location? God, I don't know. That's so weird. Okay, let's do this. Maybe it's because it's still... We gotta close it and then open it again. I don't know. Maybe that's the only way. No. Just glitch through it. Quantum imaging, quantum entanglement, 6th location. Recall the rule of the 6th location. What's the rule of the 6th location? I don't know. We're so close and yet so far. To be cliche. Oops. But this has light in this room now. Also, I don't want to leave the 6th location. Why is this so weird? I can hear wind up there. Smacked our head on the ceiling. I can hear stuff. I don't think I'm supposed to be able to see through those walls. What else do we have at our disposal? Our scout. Oh, we can get supernova from here. Damn, that sucks. I don't know. We must be, it must be the thing where we're not at the North Pole, maybe? We're not in the right spot, because we're warping inside of a rock. Maybe, I don't know for sure. I also want it to go to, Ash Twin really badly. I wonder what that does. I want to see what all these other locations are on other planets. Especially the moon, yeah. This is a cliff. I know, the cliffhanger!
This is a job for a human.
I want to keep going now.
Who's tough, but also empathetic, and has a big heart.
Thank you, Wolf. Thank you for the 100 bits. No more time, I know. They got us with that song. I don't understand it. Every other time we've looked at one of these and looked away. But I feel like we have to warp with it or else we're in the wrong spot. That part I didn't understand. I want to know what happens here when we hit it too. I don't even know where we are. Do we get the little weird freeze thing instead of the supernova? Yeah. Answered my own question. So it's not the supernova, it's the fact that we ran out of time. Cliffhangers give good starting points. We still have a lot of stuff to do. So we might leave it. One more cycle. Let's see what the ship's log says. I definitely wasn't expecting that, right? I don't know anybody that would be expecting to open the door and there's just a giant rock outside. But I don't think that rock was making... The signals weren't... the signals weren't coming off of it. The signal scope was just saying quantum moon, quantum moon. So I don't know. Oh, that's right. Because we're not streaming until Friday. We're not playing this again until Friday. I don't want to wait that long. Let's go read this. Let's go read the log. Slate, you won't believe what I've seen. I don't even believe what I saw. But first, Mallows. If the supernova would miss you? Yeah. I was wondering if it would miss us too. So many things! Yay! Okay, 6th location is still a question mark, even though we were kind of there, sort of. A Nomai shrine that wanders about the quantum moon. You have recalled the rule of quantum imaging is inscribed next to a mural of a tower on an island. A tower on an island, because that's where we learned it for the trials. Recall the rule of quantum entanglement is inscribed next to a mural of a quantum shard in a cave. Recall the rule of 6th location is inscribed next to a mural of a tower hanging above a black hole. The 6th location... And it has something to do with Hanging City. Which is the forge, right? No. What else is in Hanging City? I was able to land... Oh, the shrine. The eye shrine is in Hanging City, right? I think? Yeah. Land on the surface of the quantum moon. I found a dead Nomai in a spacesuit near the South Pole. Yeah. Okay, let's look at Hanging City stuff. Is Eye Shrine over here? No? I don't know. There's more to do here. It doesn't really even talk about the shrine. "21-minute loop because Mallow is important above all." Yes. Nomai sure like to be cryptic in their own... Yeah, to their own folks, yeah. When buying property, the 3 most important things are location, location, location. Okay, Sleepy, yeah. Escape pods. Dark Bramble, the Vessel. Old Settlement. But the rule of the 6th location, I don't think I understand. And maybe that's because of the stuff that we still haven't found at the Hanging City. This talks about the warp towers. This talks about the cyclones. This talks about the eye signal. Debated how to obtain the powerful, highly advanced warp core required for Ash Twin project. Rybeck's camp. A strange rock shard that wanders when no one is watching. The Nomai determine the shard as the reason objects in the grove behave in a quantum manner. The Nomai hypothesize that the shard is actually a piece of the quantum moon. Emits the same signal. The Nomai built a shrine on the quantum moon to aid in the pilgrimage to its 6th location. Remember the final rule: to explore the 6th location, the shrine... Oh, okay. Must be on the moon's north pole. Yeah, that's what I said. That's what I thought. Or that's what I had said. And we were close to it, but we weren't in the right spot. And that's what it's talking about. The rule of the 6th location. Okay. So I need to figure out how to get to the North Pole, but it's covered in brambles. And the brambles don't seem to be quantum. Weird. Yeah, major. I think, okay, here's what I think, chat, friends, humans, dear viewers. I think we're gonna wait. I don't want to wait until Friday, but you know what happens when I sit and think about these things and scheme and dream about these things. Friends, humans, countrymen. I know, don't cry. Won't take it, it'll be okay. But how much you're enjoying. I know, so cold. The 3rd stream, the 3rd day of this was so rough, and now we're in it. We're in the thick of it. We've been streaming for 6 hours, 15 minutes. We usually don't go past 6 hours. I'm not really wanting to go just to like jump around and explore the bramble. I'm gonna try. What I plan to try next time is, you know, jumping around and exploring the bramble and like jetpacking over it and stuff. Okay, but so are we? Thank you, Semi-Cortex. I'm pretty sure it's not out of like scope or of spoilers or whatever to ask you if we could finish it today, and I don't think we can. So if we were like 10 to 15 minutes away and you're all like, no, Jen, just finish it, like I get that, but there's too many other things that we still don't have. We made so much progress today. You're talking like we can talk you into it? No. Moon wants to say hi. I know, I gotta get y'all to come back for next time. We're gonna play again on Friday. Friday is far away, but that way you'll have time to really explore. Yeah, I think so. So much learning today. Thank you, Wooden. I'm so glad you all had fun. It was like, let me just show you, if you missed the beginning of stream, the things we did today that I had been puzzling over for so long. The Tower of Quantum Knowledge. We figured out how to get it into space, 0 gravity, so that we could explore the rest of it. We read all the stuff in there, right? The forge. We finally got the forge because I had a moment when we figured out the warps on Ash Twin. I had a moment where I was like, oh, we need to do the Brittle Hollow warp because there's a white Nomai pattern on the underside of the surface of Brittle Hollow where the forge is. That's it. We figured that out. We got the Interloper shuttle. We got to the ruptured core of the Interloper. Figuring out the warps, that puzzles me. So I have a safe word question. Let me figure out how to do it. Yes or no. Thank you, Austin. Thank you, Wooden. Thank you, Cleric. Amazing how much of the game you can be like, I'm getting nothing, and out of nowhere things click. Yes. My safe word question is about the warps on Ash Twin. So I think what happened when I went there fairly early on, I think I stood in the room with Timber Hearth warp core and I waited for something to happen and nothing happened. Now I don't know if that one's broken, but if I had waited, say if I had stood on the one for Brittle Hollow for longer when we were there early on, it would have warped us, right? The question is, the warp would have worked if I had stood on the right one for long enough. And I just didn't. I think I went to like Timber Hearth and then I went to... I don't even know which other ones I tried. It actually did warp you to Timber Hearth once? And I forgot? I forgot that it did. That's so funny. Weird. See, and that's why I need to keep going back and watching the VODs, because I forget that these things happen. The Timber Hearth one works? I wouldn't have known why, because we hadn't been to White Hole Station yet, right? That really happened? And then we were on Timber Hearth without our ship. All right. Well, no more safe word over, no more answers. But that's super interesting to me. There was something else. I think it's so funny when we look at this ship's log and we have no music and I'm just sitting here in this screen chatting with you all. There were so many things that I think I was like right next to and we didn't do or we didn't get. And that's okay, because we went back and got them later.